4 women. The governor of Bayelsa State, Doye Diri, has called on youths to shun electoral violence and use the permanent voter cards to elect credible leaders with the capacity to deliver on sustainable development, peace and economic prosperity. The governor, who said this while addressing youth during a program, described the PVC as a tool that confers political power on the electorate and that what the youth need is the card, which he said is more powerful than an AK-47 rifle. Governor Diri also urged youth to shun drug abuse and all acts of violence before, during and after the elections, stressing the need for them to key into various government policies and programs targeted at building their capacity. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ishaka Amoa, says the Nigerian Air Force is expecting delivery of additional new platforms which President Muhammadu Buhari approved for the service. Amal, who made the disclosure during an operational visit to the Nigerian Air Force Institute of Safety and the 209 Quick Response Group, Ikbetu Ijesha in Osun State, said that NAF had effectively operationalized the usage of new and modern platform in the battlefield. The expected air assets include 2 Beechcraft King Air 360, 4 Diamond DA-62 surveillance aircraft, 3 Winglung 2 UCAVs, and 60 129 attack helicopters. He further disclosed that there were ongoing acquisitions of 12 Augusta 109 Tracker multi-hero helicopters and 24 M346 attack aircraft. He added that some of the additional platforms expected to be delivered to the NAF before the end of the first quarter of 2023. This, he said, will further boost NAF's air power employment and protection capabilities as well as air combat training. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project has filed a suit against President Muhammadu Buhari for failing to reverse what it described as the unlawful, unjust and unreasonable increase in electricity tariff and to probe the spending of public funds as investments and bailouts of Discos and Gencos since 2005. Joined in the suit as respondents are the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission and the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. This followed a reported approval by the NERC, where electricity tariffs were increased across Discos in the country in December 2022. As a result, several prepaid customers have reportedly confirmed the increase, while the Minister for Power and NERC have refused to confirm or deny the increase. The suit is filed on behalf of Serap by its lawyers Kolawale Oluwadare and Adekole Aremo. The governor of Yobe State, Mai Malabuni, has appealed to the Central Bank of Nigeria to extend the January 31st deadline for the phasing out of old Naira notes. Since the Apex Bank announced the new 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira denominations on October 26, 2022, the CBN has insisted that the deadline would not be extended. The CBN also announced new cash withdrawal limits for individuals and corporate entities, which it later increased to 500,000 Naira and 5 million Naira. But Muni urged the Apex Bank to give a special concession and alternative to citizens for the change of the Naira notes. Speaking through his spokesman, Maman Mohammed, in a press conference, the governor said the appeal is necessary due to the lack of banking services in most parts of the country. And on the foreign scene, Turkey has denounced Sweden after protests in front of its embassy in Stockholm, including the burning of a Quran by far-right supporters and a separate demonstration by Kurdish activists. Ankara said it was concealing a visit by the Sweden's defense minister aimed at overcoming Turkey's objections to its NATO membership. Sweden needs Turkey's backing to gain entry to the military alliance as fairs in Europe grow after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Quran burning was carried out by Rasmus Paludan, leader of Danish far-right political party Hardline, in April last year. Paludan's announcement of a Quran burning tour during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan sparked riots across Sweden. Surrounded by police, Paludan set fire to the holy book with a lighter, following a long diatribe of almost an hour in which he attacked Islam and immigration in Sweden. The Turkish Foreign Ministry responded immediately in a statement condemning in the strongest possible terms what it described as the vile attack on its holy book. Over to Russia, the close ally of President Vladimir Putin says deliveries of offensive weapons to Kiev that threatens Russia's territories will lead to a global catastrophe and make arguments against using weapons of mass destruction untenable. Volodin, who is Speaker of Duma, says Russia's low house of parliament warned that United States and NATO support of Ukraine is leading the world to a terrible war. It said it could be recalled that the Western allies pledged billions of dollars in weapons for Ukraine last week, although they failed to persuade Germany to lift a veto on providing German-made Leopard battle tanks, which are held by an array of NATO nations, but whose transfer to Ukraine requires Berlin's approval. Since its invasion on February 24th, which is casting itself from an aggressive West, Russia has taken control of parts of Ukraine and has said it will never return them. Kyiv has said that restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity is not open for negotiation. Volodin's comment followed a similar threat last week by Dmitry Medvedev, Russia's former prime minister and president. That was a news update at 6 on Today 95.1 FM. Ensure that you collect your PVC and take advantage of this coming election to elect leaders of your choice. Good evening. I am Dave Roberts. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. There are dreams, stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. Make a better world. Make a better world. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are equal life if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceiving will reveal a joyful face. And the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why keep strangling when this earth crucify its soul? Though it's plain to see this world is heavenly. Be God's love. Let it fly so high. Let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry happy tears. See the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are equal life if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are equal life if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Make a better place for you and for me.
All right, so it's 16 minutes gone past 6, and this is Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news and sports station right here in the beautiful city of Port Harcourt. Welcome to the show. It's Doctors in the House, and yes, I might say Happy New Year because this is the very first time we're having it again for the year 2023. It was a wonderful experience in 2022. Shout out to the previous administration, from the president of the resident doctors here at VPTH over to the immediate past PR officer, and a lot of doctors we got to meet and have conversations with last year. The names I can't mention all of them, but thank you so much. And yes, we are here again this time to educate you in 2023. It's a new year. You've started off the year, made plans, trying to have business deals and everything. And you might not be paying attention to one very vital part of your life, which is your health. As the year comes and gets to an end, know that you've grown older. So you need to know tips and things that would keep you healthy throughout the course of your life. All right, and that's all we're going to do on the show every Sunday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. My name is Dave Roberts. Today, only today, all right? Permit me to be a doctor to you just today, and then the other day, I get back to being who I am. But on the show today, I have a specialist as a doctor who is going to be our guest for the show this evening, and we're going to be addressing something really, really, really important. And this might not affect you directly, but if you have someone who is in the fold, who is in the medical industry, you might want to pay attention to this. And of course, general knowledge, so you can arm yourself and know how we treat these people. So enough of the talk. Let's welcome Dr. Unwa Ibe Author. Good evening to you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
This is your very first time on the show?
Yes.
Okay.
This is my first time.
Okay, so how do you feel?
I feel good. Being in Today FM.
Yes.
We've had, in recent past, a very cordial relationship.
Yes, of course, yes.
So being here
I'm sure by now we should be having like an agreement where for any staff of Today FM, when we get to UPTH, it's just free. that should be something we should discuss.
Well, that's why we advocate for having the national health insurance. Yes, so
okay.
that when you're covered by the national health insurance scheme, some of these things you get them for free, or at least at a subsidized
price. Okay, all right, we'll definitely do that. Okay, welcome. We have something interesting, to have a conversation about today, and I didn't pay attention to it until I started seeing the trend. And I think it was from there was this period, I can't really pinpoint the year, where we started seeing reports of kidnaps on medical practitioners. Kidnaps on medical practitioners. It started off with experts, and then it moved to doctors.
Yes.
Almost every other day, one doctor has been kidnapped. Almost every other day, one doctor has been kidnapped. And got really worse at some point until the government came in to quell this issue. I think the National Association of Resident Doctors actually put out an appeal saying this must end.
You're correct.
And just recently we heard another terrible story about the doctor in, I think it's Delta State,
correct,
who was caught in the crossfire between two cold rival groups.
Well, if I may respond, that particular incident, the doctor was seeing a patient in his consulting room, and the said patient, from the information we gathered, wasn't present. They brought in a patient, and he was attending to the patient. The group, they just came in and shot him while he was attending.
So what we read, or the reports we had, was, why are you treating this person? Or why do you pay attention to this person when he's, obviously not our member? Stuff like that. It's funny, but we lost someone again last year. And, by statistics, an estimated 8% to 38% of healthcare workers experience physical violence at some point in the course of their work.
Yes.
And in 2021, about 49 attacks on health facilities were recorded in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's a sad statistics. I mean, those people are the ones who take care of human beings. They preserve lives. They help us stay healthy. Can you give us a background as to why people vent their anger at health care workers and, choose to go the way of violence with them?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dave. Usually, when people come to the hospital, they are not happy. Yeah, nobody is happy coming to the hospital. Same way, nobody is happy going to a police station.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So they have health challenges. They are psychologically down and emotionally also affected. That's one of the reasons why our job is very peculiar. And having to deal with this kind of patients, and looking at the flashpoint, most of the assault against health workers happen at the emergency.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because people are coming in, they feel like a doctor is not doing enough. They feel like usually there's a normal term in the casualty. We've been here since then. Nobody has seen us. Nobody has attended to us. But you should understand that there's what is called triage.
Okay.
If you come in fact, at an accident scene, if I come in and you are shouting, help, 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 and I'm seeing somebody groaning in pain, I'm not going to attend to you first. Because for you, that has so much energy to make that kind of sound, shouting, I'll look at somebody that is going and find that his airway is not even clear. Because there are criteria we look at in resuscitating patients. Who is going to die first? Who can you save? There are some persons that, if you look at them at the scene, you say this one is triage red, this is triage green, triage blue, triage white. So you have your ability.
Okay, can you slowly walk us through? Give us a simulation. You said an accident patient and someone who is gasping for air, probably an asthma attack or something.
Yes.
And which is triage green, triage red, yellow. Just walk us through it.
Okay. Why I'm saying this is there is a WHO code.
Okay.
And there's what we refer to as the Advanced Trauma Life Support Program.
Advanced Trauma Life Support Program.
Yes.
Okay.
So the essence of this thing is the system. They've done a systematic review, and then you have a way of resuscitating patients.
Okay.
Why I'm coming up with this is, for a patient that has an accident, there are different categories or different degrees of trauma that can make the patient to die. First, we consider is airway. If a patient doesn't have enough oxygen, in fact, you have 5 minutes from the airway being blocked to the person having a brain injury.
Okay.
Because if the person is brain dead or brain damaged, resuscitating that patient just gives you a vegetable.
Okay.
So, for a patient that has an airway trauma or an airway injury, you first of all have to clear that airway. When you have done that, if the patient, in fact, if you get an accident scene and I know the patient is talking very well, it means the airway is clear.
Okay.
So when you've moved from airway, is the person breathing very well? Then one of the other things in the airway support we talk about is cervical spine.
The cervical spine.
Yes.
Okay.
The cervical spine, at the scene of the accident, that's why we talk about log rolling a patient. So the way you carry the patient, you need to carry the patient as a unit. So the minimum number of persons that can transport the patient is 3 to 4 persons.
Okay.
So moving this patient, the essence of that cervical spine support is because of the you're trying to support the airway as well as preventing the cervical spine injury. The nerves that control the diaphragm, that's the phrenic nerve, is C3, C4, C5.
Yeah.
So those nerves are up here. So if by any chance you traumatize there is a spine injury, and then you have to damage these spinal nerves, it means that some person that died at the scene of the accident may have had cervical spine injury that is affecting the respiratory center.
Probably through the process,
through the process of transporting this patient
to the hospital.
So that's why you talk about health workers doing this job and not just anybody. In the course of rescuing patients or accident victims, you create more trauma to the patient.
But in this time, we don't have that kind of quick response, know, where ambulance come to pick up a patient. So we have to do it the way we can.
So that brings us to one of the things we are doing here. And then we try to take it as a responsibility to make sure that...
Okay, so just so we're on the same page, we have enough time. We'll take, these things one after the other.
Okay.
I want us to properly understand this. Now, you said you would go for a patient who has a problem with the airwaves first.
Yes.
Rather than someone who can still... so I would juxtapose two instances.
Okay.
Someone is shot probably on the leg.
Okay.
And he's bleeding profusely.
Okay.
And then there's another person who probably has maybe an aneurysm or something. Maybe the person can't talk. The person can't say anything. And you know very well that this person would run out of blood in no time. I mean, I would say it's professional for you to also pay attention to the other person too.
Okay.
Even if you can still say, hey, my leg, I'm shot. I need response. I'm saying this because most of the times, like you said, people see doctors as magicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when they come to the hospital, the approach is he does a miracle, and if the miracle isn't done, it's his fault.
Yes.
Because sometimes, I would speak from a personal view, the response given by this doctors sometimes, and the nurses, oh my God, nurses, some of the times, it is nothing close to the oath you swore. I mean, you look at someone who is in a painful condition, and the nurse is saying, if you don't keep your mouth, I mean, just step out somewhere. We have more important things to do. I mean, you don't treat people like that. Imagine if you were in that condition, that you need help from someone.
Yeah.
I mean, if these people were healthy, why would they come to the hospital? And secondly, they pay money for this treatment. It's not like they're coming there to beg. So most people already have the impression that, when you come to the hospital, the doctors are going to give you attitude, the nurses are going to give you attitude, everyone is going to be nonchalant, and the doctors sometimes don't even want to give us the benefit of that. Now you explain to me. Now, if I didn't know, I would see someone who had maybe an airway problem, and then someone who had a gunshot injury, and I would say treat this one first. Treat the gunshot first. So probably through processes like this, we could understand from a doctor's point of view.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is it possible that it's boldly written or inscribed somewhere the what do you call it, the trad?
Okay, advanced human life support I'm talking about,
yes,
or triage process.
The triage process. Is it possible that hospitals put it out there so people can know? Okay, this is a condition. I don't need to put the doctor under pressure because this condition falls under this, the green or the yellow or the white triage system.
Okay, from what we have said and what we've been able to establish, you understand the system now. If you have so many patients at the casualty that are waiting to be seen, and then a patient that is traumatized just comes in, you abandon the other patients that are seemingly well to attend to this one that is traumatized, that just had a road traffic accident. The ones that have been sitting and waiting for hours, they become angry and upset that doctor have not attended to me. But what are you going to do? That's the situation we find ourselves. So like I said, the hospital is not a party ground. People here, they're not there for fun. Yeah, so they've come to seek for health and their health care. So when you look at it, some persons will say, I've been abandoned, they've not seen me. And one of the things like I'll have to drive down is one of the most assaulted groups of persons in the healthcare system is the nurses. Because there are physical assaults, there are verbal assaults, there are psychological, emotional assaults. So there are a lot of assaults that happens in the workplace. So looking at it, the doctors on their own, when you come to see a patient, you still have to go and see other patients and then come back again. So there are times of the day that you have to do your duty and then you have to progress to do other things. There are days for clinics, there are days for theater, there are days for ward round. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So if I'm supposed to be in clinic, I should be in clinic. But the patient doesn't understand some of these things.
Okay.
They feel like the doctor must see me on daily basis, which is not supposed to be so.
So the doctors have different job descriptions for each day?
Yes, we have different job descriptions for each day.
Wow.
Like in the teaching hospital setting, in my unit, Monday is my clinic. I work with my consultants. So Monday is clinic. Tuesday is my rounds, our senior registrar's round. Wednesday is theater. Thursday is consultants round. And Friday is the clinical ground round, where in surgery departments we sit down and discuss certain clinical things and then do presentations.
So what if an emergency happens in any of the states?
Good. So it means that when we have an emergency and we have somebody, now one or two persons from the unit will have to leave to go and attend to those patients. But then for the patients that are in the ward, we see them when we are supposed to see them. When we are in theater, it's only when the need arises. That's when you leave the theater to go and see the patients in the ward. Apart from that, you only see them during your ward rounds.
All right, let me ask you a very personal question.
Okay.
And I need you to be very honest with me.
Yeah.
For instance, a big, mightily placed person in society has an accident. Yeah. This person is renowned. Everyone knows about him. Yeah. I don't want to say, let me just say someone everyone knows, okay? Yeah. Then comes to the hospital.
Yeah.
That day is not your official duty day. You're not in that, in any way meant to do anything related to that person.
Okay.
And then for some reason, there is another person who has something similar to his.
Okay.
Maybe another accident case similar to this big figure.
Okay.
would there be a preferential treatment as to who gets treated first, or everyone gets carried along? I know why I'm asking this question.
One of the things you understand is in our society, everyone gets carried along. But then, if an ordinary man comes to the hospital, the high and mighties will not be called. But if, take for instance, a former governor or a sitting governor is coming to the hospital, it's not even me, the junior doctor, that will be called. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They have to call my most senior. And you know that if my most senior is here, I have to be on ground too. So, looking at it, it's a societal kind of thing, which is not supposed to be so.
Okay.
But then, the first on call are the junior doctors. Except there are things we cannot do, then you have to ask your consultant to come and do them. In the teaching hospital setting, that's the essence of the training. You are allowed to do a lot of things, and then you learn in the process. Then during the rounds, the clinic or the ground rounds, your seniors will have to teach you, and then in theater, they will have to direct you. They stay in theater to show you what to do. So it's a training ground. It's only in the private setting where you have the owner of the hospital taking charge and making sure that he's on ground to make sure he does everything. And then the consultants themselves, there are days for research. There are days for different activities. So whoever is coming to the hospital has to be treated in the same manner in an ideal setting.
All right.
But then, one of the things we also experience here, some persons come and they don't even have, they cannot even afford the basic investigations. So you are limited. Asking for investigations, asking them to get some drugs, you are really handicapped. But if the high and mighty comes, all these things are going to be provided within anything you say, they are going to provide you.
Okay.
Because I've had a scenario where one somebody came, let me not mention name, was in the hospital. There wasn't a particular machine. He paid for it and made sure it was available. He used it, left it in the hospital. Another patient had to come and use the same machine.
Wow.
So one of the things we also have to know is, if this set of people use the public facilities, those things are going to be made available.
Okay.
So it increases patients' response. It increases. One of the things we also have to understand is we are short-staffed.
I know. I wanted to come to that. Yes.
Yes, we are short-staffed. There is massive exodus of doctors out of this country. I spoke with one of my cousins today that in fact he was even asking me, say, what is wrong with you? What are you still doing in
Why
Nigeria?
not come over?
So that's what we're experiencing.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you talk with your colleagues, they say, what are you doing in Nigeria? But you know that even if I leave, my father is here, my mother is here, my brothers and sisters are here. So we cannot just abandon the system. Let's create a conducive environment where the health system will be able to run itself. We need to have more staff. In fact, what the chief medical directors face, by the time a doctor is leaving, it takes them not less than 6 months to replace the doctor that has left. So there are a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks. The public doesn't want to understand that. What they want is results. So all these things culminate in assault against health workers.
All right, let's get back to because I know I've been trying to juice out reasons why, would hear recurring statements like, we took him to the hospital, the doctors didn't pay attention, and we're getting to understand these things. Now, how do you think we can address these issues? Okay, coming from the aspect of a medical practitioner as you are, and then talking to someone who basically is inept on what these things are. How do you think we can address these issues? I want to come to the hospital, and I want to, in as much as I wouldn't get treated in time, be given attention also. Not someone walking past me and not even asking me what the problem is. Okay, there is an issue. Okay, just hold on. Someone will get to you. How do we get to that stage where, we're able to balance emotions, pressure, and everything together?
Okay, thank you very much. There's what is called the National Health Act. Section 21, subsection 3, gives the health worker the right not to treat anybody that assaults you verbally, physically, or otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the National Health Act, you can see it.
So if anyone...
If you come to the hospital and you assault a health worker, we have the right to say we cannot treat you.
Wow.
Yes, you can check. The National Health Act, section 21, subsection 3. In section 24, it lays down guidelines on how hospitals should respond to some of these activities. Then in section 30, it gives guidelines to the clients, that's the patients, on how to direct their complaints. Because we have in the teaching hospital, University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, we have a cervicom. If you are not treated properly, there are laid down channels in which you can table your matter. The cervicom is always available. You can report to the cervicom and they will call the doctor. I myself have been called by cervicom.
Wow.
Yes, to say that, doctor, you have not seen your patient. Then we come to the patient's bedside. I asked you to do this, I asked you to do that. Have you done them? No. So what I'm supposed to do is based on what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
So at that point now, the patient's anxiety has been allayed. The cervicom is also there to attest to the fact that I have done what I was supposed to do. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So there are penalties if a health worker defaults. There are laid down channels in which they are also penalized. So in a situation or in a place where there are no rules and regulations, people tend to misbehave and do whatever they like. But then the onus also lies on the health worker and the hospital management to punish their staff when you report them.
Okay.
So you don't come to the hospital just to abuse the workers. Like I said, the National Health Act also gives the health worker the right not to attend to you.
Yes.
So looking at it from the other perspective, the only exception is a mentally deranged person.
Oh.
No matter what the mentally deranged person says to you, you have to treat this person. That's an exception.
Yes.
Then, like I said, looking at it from the other perspective, if you abuse a health worker, do you still put yourself in that person's hands to treat him? Do you understand?
Yeah, you're raining curses.
Yes, and you still come back to the same person to ask the person to give you injection.
How logical?
So how logical it is?
Yeah.
Is it so? We really have to work in a harmonious environment. Everybody is tense, a lot of frustration. We go to the same market. The doctors also fall sick.
The same economic situation.
We are in the same economic situation. Yes. We are buying petrol at the same price. So we are living in the same economy. In fact, the doctors and the health workers, we still use the same facility. So it is a systemic thing. We have to chart a course for ourselves. We have to put pressure at the appropriate point. It's not the health worker that is responsible for the woes. There are certain materials that are supposed to be provided at the emergency. Patients come in, but these things are not there because of reduced health funding.
Yeah.
We are supposed to have at least 15% of the national budget for health. But how much do we have? How much do we have?
Sad story.
So you see that the problem is not the health worker, but the system. So if all these things are tackled and there are emergency drugs, some of these complaints that the patients get to complain about the hospital and the facility will not be there.
Let me, I think I would take you back, but since you mentioned emergencies, let me just ask this question about gunshot injuries.
Yeah.
Different times I've heard people complain, when we get to the hospital, the doctors are asking for the police report, And then I've had doctors say, most of the time, they don't ask. What they ask for is an identification. Let's balance this. Is it important to have a police report before you get treated for a gunshot injury or not?
Okay. In River State, I think there is also a national bill. I can't remember, but categorically I can say in River State there is a law mandating the health worker to treat every gunshot victim.
Okay.
Just yesterday, 2 days ago, we had a patient that had a gunshot to the chest. In fact, the guy is a POS attendant, and on his way home, they just shot him and collected his bag. We came to the hospital. He had blood in his chest, so we had to pass the chest tube for him and attend to him. So we cannot be waiting for a police report to attend to such patients, because time is of the essence. So there is a law already that mandates the health worker to attend to a gunshot victim. I can't say for other states, but I know that in River State we attend to gunshot victims without asking for a police report.
So the modalities are, when a gunshot injury happens, just go to the hospital.
Go to the hospital, you'll be attended to.
And this cuts across the private and the public.
Yes, private and the public. Just the only thing that happens in private facilities sometimes is some of the trauma, they can't handle it, so you have to send to the teaching hospital.
Oh.
Yes.
I even thought it was the other way around.
That's one of the things I'm also going to say is, in the teaching hospital, there is a rule that you don't turn patients back. So very poorly managed patients and very bad patients that come from peripheral centers, they come to the teaching hospital.
Okay.
And that is supposed to be our duty. It's a tertiary institution.
Okay.
So some of these patients, they come, they are the terminal stage of their illness.
Oh.
So sometimes you may not be able to do
anything
or do so much. But then we have to give care. We have to admit the patient. If you come to the emergency, sometimes you see some patients sitting down and everywhere being occupied. You can't ask them to go home. This is like the final
result they have.
They have. So if we are being assaulted and we say, okay, by the time all the bed space are filled up, the remaining person should go home, where do you want them to go to? We had a case recently, just on the 11th of January. 3 doctors were assaulted.
Oh.
Yes, in the teaching hospital. These 3 doctors, it was a result of a patient that brought the mom. He came with a background that he lost his son about 2 weeks prior to the time he brought the mother to the hospital, and then the mother's blood pressure was about 250 over about 100 and something.
Wow.
So that she felt that she was recovering, and then she died in course of treatment. So looking at it, you see that they came very bad. The blood pressure was high. They've not done certain investigations to at least determine the extent of damage that has happened, and the patient dies as the treatment was ongoing.
And he's blaming it on the doctor.
Yes, and the person blames it. He blames it on the doctor that came to certify the mother dead, and he started abusing the doctor and chasing the doctor around the hospital. We had to take it upon ourselves as an association. We arrested him. We sent him to the Choba Police Division. He had to sign an undertaking. And he also wrote an apology to the hospital. Because you can't come to the hospital, we are offering help, you want to abuse us, and then we still want us to treat you at the same time. These things should not be heard of.
Like I said, the miracle working power.
Sometimes some patients even come, they're already dead. In fact, we had a scenario where one of the students that came to the hospital, the people that came, they said that the patient was still bleeding, the blood was coming out from the mouth. They came and carried oxygen cylinder to the mortuary. That the person is not dead. The doctor has told you that this patient is dead. They came to the casualty to carry oxygen cylinder, that the patient is not dead, that they are going to give him oxygen. Just imagine that chaotic situation.
Wow.
So a doctor is trained. The training is not, it takes 6 to 7 years to train a doctor. So this is what he has been doing. We understand some of these things and the disease processes. Some persons seek help very late. So we as Nigerians, we should learn to take care of ourselves. We should learn to seek help early to forestall some of the occurrences. Yes. So the disease processes, there's a natural history of most of the diseases, not something that happens suddenly. So if you're able to live healthy, stay away from certain lifestyle, at least, and seek help early. With that, we'll start talking about better lifestyle. In fact, currently in the teaching hospital, there's also lifestyle medicine. Okay. So we encourage people to live healthy and then attend to their health, so that, like I said,
you don't come with the pressure.
At the late stage, coming to the hospital, you are not happy. The people are anxious, they are angry, they're not just happy. In fact, you give them appointments. Sometimes some people, they will tell you, I don't like going to the hospital. Yes, nobody likes going to the hospital because everybody wants to go early. Some person's clinical condition is very bad. Then they really cannot stay in the queue to attend to it. Some persons, they have to leave their job to bring their family members to the hospital. Some persons, they have to spend a lot of money, so do one investigation after another. So puts a lot of financial stress, psychological stress, social stress. Do you understand? Some persons, you even have to sleep in the hospital, sleep on the floor. You know it's
not a joyful environment.
Yes, it's not a joyful environment staying in the hospital setting. So nobody is happy being there. But you also have to understand our situation, that we're only trying to help.
All right. I would ask you two questions.
Okay.
And then I think we'd open up the phone line so people can have a contribution and also ask questions. The first is for the doctor. Is there any therapeutic session where you get to exfoliate, just take out all this bad energy and maybe come back later on? And then secondly, collectively as NARD, what are the things you're pushing for the year 2023, to see that we have more doctors back here in Nigeria?
Okay. Sincerely speaking, I don't think there is any particular program that helps the doctor to stay away from some of these psychological states we have been through. Looking back at 2015, I lost a patient, and this patient came to the clinic. He was like, "Doctor, help. The man had heart failure."
Okay.
So my consultant said, admitted him to the ward. Just when I thought that he was recovering, he was going to take his bath one morning, and he just died in the ward.
Oh.
The nurse called me to come and certify him dead. I cried.
Oh.
So you have this kind of scenario where I felt this man was getting well, and I was doing housemanship then, and here am I certifying him dead. I started shedding tears by the patient's bedside. I felt so sad, but then I can't be crying
all
always.
the time. Yes.
So when some of these things happen, and you know that some of these patients are very bad, you yourself, the onus lies on you to at least educate the relatives, counsel them that, there's a likelihood that your patient is not going to make it. I've been in a scenario where, for instance, where I served in Tuberculosis and Leprosy Center, Eku.
Okay.
Most of my patients were TB patients, and they had fluid in their chest.
Okay.
In that particular scenario, the patient came breathless. I was trying to gather materials to drain the fluid from the chest. Before I could bring all those things, assemble all those things together, the patient had died. As soon as I wanted to start, the patient died. I thanked God, because if I had started that procedure,
they would have said
I killed him. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So the health worker is at risk, because if you do something, it can be misinterpreted. If you don't do, it can also be misinterpreted.
Yeah.
So we are at risk. How much is our hazard allowance?
I don't want to even. That leads me to the question: what is not pushing?
We have a National Executive Council meeting on the 24th to 28th of this month, and the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors. We are going to meet in Uyo.
Okay.
Yes, this January. So we are pushing for replacement of doctors, and then employment of more doctors. As it were, some persons are still interested in staying in the country.
Okay.
Yes. So we want these ones that are staying back, that had interest to stay back, you need to give them conducive working environment. Not a situation where you come to the hospital, you don't have things to work with, you don't have regular power supply, the patients cannot even afford investigations. These things are not subsidized. Nobody plans for a trauma. You're going on the way, you have an accident, they're asking you to do a brain scan, and you're going to spend 50,000. You don't have that money.
Lying around waiting for
the accident to happen.
Yeah.
So if we have more doctors, more health workers, and then the government is able to finance some of these things and encourage people to subscribe to the National Health Insurance, at least we are going to have a little facelift.
Okay, I know we have a lot of things to say, but let me just open up the phone lines just in case someone wants to ask a question as quick as possible. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951, or you can send a text message to the number 0701 933 9962. I'll take the numbers again: 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951, or send a text message to the number 0701 933 9962. Okay, so the National Health Insurance Scheme, how can people get on with that?
Yeah, there are different subscription fees. there are HMOs that are responsible for some of these health insurance patients subscribe to.
Okay.
There are some industries and companies also that pay for their workers. So they make it mandatory for their staff to be enrolled on those schemes. So it actually takes the burden off them. But as an individual, you are going to have your children. I think there are 2 or 3 enrolled, and then they have to be less than 18 years.
Okay.
So paying the fees is actually deducted from your salary. So you really will not feel the pressure. The pressure of that funding. And then it's a cumulative kind of funding. Not everybody goes to the hospital. I subscribe to it. How many times do I go to the hospital to say I'm sick? But there are some people that need it. So that's this pooling of funds. That's the essence of it. In the UK, the NHS, before you travel, you should have an insurance so that the time you fall sick, nobody plans for it. Yes, but it happens. So if you have this insurance, it reduces the burden of having to pay out of pocket.
All right. We'll take some calls now. Okay, we lost that. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. A lot of things we have talked about today, and Dr. Arthur wanted to go in depth with the whole analysis, but I don't know, where we should have things like this almost maybe twice every month or once in 2 months for people to understand before you go to the hospital and threaten the doctor. Oh, we'll do this, we'll sue you because you didn't pay attention to the patient. You should have known that doctor probably wasn't meant to attend to that patient. Probably had other things to do.
Of course.
And then, the condition might have been critical. But let's just take one call. 95.1fm. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Brian from Abba.
All right, go ahead.
Doctor, you have spoken very well. And I feel for you for the pain you people are, pass through in the hands of some ignorant ones. So, but I want to ask, sometimes the reason why people shy away from coming to hospital is because of astronomical charges. So, is there anything that can be done, at least to subsidize the charges, so that many people can find it easy to come down?
Okay, thank you very much. For astronomical charges when you come to the hospital, is there anything that can be done?
Well, really, it's a pity situation. In this country, we really do not manufacture anything. Yes, it's only Akwa Ibom, and I think River State, there is a syringe manufacturing company. Yeah. So
there was one that was meant to start functioning. I don't know if this.
Yes, I know that there's one in Akwa Ibom. I don't know if the one in River State here is functioning. So if you look at the healthcare system, most of the things we use are imported. So the increase in exchange rates also affects the hospital. There's nothing we can do about it. So this doctor you're talking about has to bring all these things in. It's not just this, it's not the service charge, but then the cost of consumables and other equipments. There are equipments that you can use to have a bloodless surgery. Those equipment are
a bloodless surgery.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's they're advanced. There's laser.
You know what? This conversation would be for part 2 because we're already out of time. But I think what we can drive home today is take it easy with doctors. They're human beings like you. Don't go pressuring them. Don't go expecting them to do miracles all of a sudden. They're also human beings like you. They fall sick also. Dr. Chikameka was saying something. There was a time where one of the doctors just collapsed in the hospital because he was stressed.
Yes.
So take it easy with them. And I know your wife is pregnant, your wife wants to give birth, and you all calm down, okay? They would do their job. They would, they wouldn't work magic. They wouldn't work miracles, but they would do their job. And please, on behalf of the people also, doctors, okay, nurses, take it easy on us. No one wants to be in the hospital. No one is happy to pay money and get injected. You know, one of the reasons why I don't like coming to the hospitals. Some people don't even like perceiving the aroma, the stench, you know. So please, you know, we're trying to balance things here, and let's know how it works. Thank you so much, Dr. Arthur, for coming through. Hoping we'll get to have another conversation with you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. We really appreciate Today FM for giving us this opportunity, and we also believe that we are here for the patient. In fact, the patient is the most important person in the hospital. Yeah. Because without the patient, we really cannot do anything. From medical school until being a doctor, it's the patient that you used to learn. You help yourself, you help the patient to develop your career. So the essence of being in the hospital is actually for the patient. So we are there to make their life easy. If they have any challenge, I believe that channeling their complaints and grievances to the appropriate quarters is important. Okay. We understand that people must die, and then there are grief moments. So when these things happen, just take it easy, and then we have to pass the information in that manner. And then we're trying to educate our members on personal relationship, because relationship and interaction is garbage in, garbage out. If you abusively use words against somebody, the person is going to return it. Right. So we believe that we educate our members to handle the patients very well, and then the patients should in turn respect their doctors, and then also try to be as friendly as possible. Yes, so that we'll just have a good and working relationship environment. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Onwa Ibe Arthur. And he joined in representing the National Association of Resident Doctors, UPTH. Thank you so much. Looking forward to having you again. Next week, it's going to be another interesting time from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Doctors in the House. My name is Dave Roberts. Stay tuned. More interesting programs coming your way.
Ways to get there. If you care enough for the living, make a little space. Make a better place. Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, you know, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
it is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. They go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You will arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe.
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in this video?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What
was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where is your money now?
Why,
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use
cruise control.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM and we will make your day.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Welcome back. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, and you're welcome to another edition of Cruise Control on radio. It comes your way every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM. Cruise Control is a show for young people, creating a platform for us to talk about different things that concern us and how to, move our life forward and do things better and become better people as we grow older. My name is Chuendo Onye, and it's always an exciting time for me to be here, having the show with you, getting to talk about the different things we get to talk about. Once in a while, we get to have some fun time. Sometimes we get to, do so many things. And tonight is going to be amazing. And as always, we bring out something, intricate, something important, something that concerns us as young people and talk about. We're young and we're in a prime. Some people don't seem to understand us young people why we do the things we do. And this is just, one way for us to just, rub minds on different issues. And I'm welcoming you to the show this evening. And I'm not doing the show alone. I have with me Big Dave. Dave, good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday.
This is like 22nd?
Yeah.
Of January already. This is like the fastest January ever. I don't know.
For me, sometimes there have been years where I haven't felt that way. Many people say these things that January is the longest month of the year. Sometimes I'm like,
Are you serious?
Like, I really, when you have so many things, it's just like when you have a lot of things to do, in fact, and you feel you even need more time than you already have. It doesn't look, it looks as though the time is not enough for what you want to do.
Yeah.
Now, regardless of, because, January is the month after all the plenty festivities, even beyond the fact, okay, not even having so much money. Let's say you spend so much money, but if you have so many things to do before bam,
the month is already gone.
It's already gone.
Last year, it was long for me. The other year, and I had things doing.
I really have never felt it that way.
I had things doing. Okay, I think it started from last year. And my responsibility just doubled. So I know it's getting shorter by the day, and we just pray. We pray we have the grace and strength and finance to keep. Have you been fasting?
Yeah, so we're Christians, and it's the beginning of the year, the start of a new year. So it's something. Now it's not like it's a ritual, because for many people, I'm a Christian. It's not just a ritual for me. I know the spiritual relevance, it brings to my life as a Christian, as a believer. So for some other people, some other persons, it's just one of those rituals, those things we get to do as Christians, just like Christmas, we have to cook, we have to go shopping, and not because, the reason for the season does not resonate with so many people.
Yeah.
They just feel, it's just part of, those things. So it's not as though it's just, but it's an important, process for me.
All right.
How about you? You don't look like you are fasting in any way. Don't even say yes.
You said I shouldn't say yes. I wouldn't say yes.
All right. So tell us, are you fasting?
You said I shouldn't say yes. I wouldn't say yes. I mean, you gave an instruction that I have to follow the instruction.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now I'm asking you.
My January resolution is follow instructions.
Follow instructions.
Yep.
And don't fast.
You said I should.
Because you don't look like someone who is fasting.
There are different types of fast. I don't want to go there. You know me. I don't want to.
Now you see.
Do you want to bring out my leg? Anyways, it's not about fasting, I beg. Let's get over it.
All right. And there's something prevalent amongst young people, and as we're young, YOLO, you only live once. You feel like I'm young, let me use up, all the time that I have, do all the things I want to do, because I would not be young forever. That's the notion, that's the idea for many people. So I came across this story, and it really got my interest. And I thought to share it on the show today. So there's a story about a young man who is done with school, and some way, somehow, he has been trying. He has learn new skills, because in the society where we live in, just, being a graduate is not enough, right, Dave?
Yeah.
Especially in Nigeria. It's not enough for you to just, be a graduate, and it's not even dependent on, whether or not you have a first class, or so many things have changed in our day and time. We have, influencers doing stuff, we have creative people, so many creatives, and the market has changed, and so many things have changed. So back to the story. So this person has gotten some skills, but yet the person seems not to be able to attain wealth. This person, because that is the goal. The person is a young man. He wants to make money. He wants to make money. So he's trying this. Okay, so he's and he's a Christian too. He has also said, okay, I think probably this could be spiritual. We live in Africa, and we have
emotion.
We have envious, family members or village people, or someone somewhere is witch hunting me, and decided to go for some prayers, and they told him that it's this person and that person, do this, do that, fast and pray, and here, and it will work. He has done all of those things, and still the guy is thinking like, this is my village people are really, really mean. He's also saying Nigeria really is really, really wicked, because probably if I were born, if I was born in some other country, like say the United States or Europe or America, probably things would be different for me. So he met someone one day, and he was narrating his ordeals, how he tried this business and he failed, how he went into this other thing and he failed, and how he also went for prayers, prayed and did everything, yet still same old story. Nothing is working. And as he began to narrate this ordeal, the person told him that you are your own worst enemy. Yes, nobody is doing anything to you, but you are. You think it's someone in your village. You think it's Nigeria. You think it's every other person, but you are your own worst enemy. Now, before I tell you why the person pointed that out to this person in my story, Dave, do you think it's possible for a person, there's this thing that's inherent in human beings, there's this, we put us, it's natural. If you read in philosophy, when you talk about the theory of state before the state came into being, for some people who did philosophy, they'll tell you that man is selfish. Some philosophers hold that notion, like before, like it's in the nature of man to be selfish, to want to put himself first.
Yeah.
And the way the state was, the society was before they came into the state of being, said it was, a struggle of the survival of the fittest. So I see you want what I want. I'm not going to let you get what belongs to me. So the stronger I get, the ability for me to, conquer more territories, I must be able to win you at all costs, and I come first. Man must always put himself first. So, understanding this fact that it's just like now, for example, someone waves something in your face, as in reflex, you just try to, cover your eyes, because you feel that, okay, it's just, it might not even be that this person wants to actually, just that reflex to protect yourself.
Yeah.
You just want to do something to just, shield yourself from harm. So now, that being said, and understanding the fact that, human beings would almost always want to put themselves first. Now, do you think it's possible for somebody to be his or her own worst enemy and not know?
Okay. So your analogy is, I love myself, but I'm the one who is, let me use a term we use in Africa, doing self.
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah,
you think you love yourself.
You think you love yourself,
but you
feel every other thing, every other person, every other thing around you is because, like, it can be you. Because come on, I love me.
It's possible. It's really possible. I think it's almost the reality of most people. And the sad thing is, if you don't know the problem, I mean, the solution was so far from you. If you don't know what the problem is, bad. I just finished the health tour. If you eat bad, if you live an unhealthy lifestyle, and then one morning you wake up with a chronic disease condition, no one would point blames to another person. No one would say, oh, so your village people or someone put a gun to your head and forced you to take the wrong food supplement, or no one will say that. What have you been eating? You are the one who was binging on fat and oil and salt and every other thing, and the doctors kept shouting, eat right, and you chose not to. So why are you blaming another person? And you know one thing we do very well in this part of the world?
Oh, generally, I don't think it's just in this part of the world.
I would say this part because there are different factors that contribute to the blame game.
All right.
Government, the society, family, you know, your immediate reality. We do a lot of blaming. It's not you, but the other person.
Yeah, it can be you.
It's not you. You're the reason why I had a very bad childhood, blah, 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 blah. I'm not educated. I didn't go to school because you didn't send me and stuff and stuff. We know how to blame a lot. We know how to apportion blames in the society we find ourselves in right now. So it's possible you are the problem and you don't even know that you're the problem. And the worst is when you choose not to accept. Now, that's like the third phase. If you know that you have a problem, if you know where the problem is coming from and you choose to accept on dealing with the problem or how to approach the problem, you know, probably you might be seeing a solution. But if you don't know you have a problem,
I think that's the category where we have many people fall under this category, especially for what I'm talking about this night. They are not aware. Some know, some have accepted it as their reality that, okay, you know what, I'm just going to, you know, continue like this. It's just a part of me. There really is nothing I can do. But still, when things go wrong, they would still, you know, find a way to still pass the blame and say no. Unknowing to them, they are their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
I know someone is listening to me right now and thinking, me, how can I be my own worst enemy? And this particular thing is something that many of us, every human being, is guilty of. So now, back to my story. So this person was like, no, you can't tell me that I'm my own worst enemy. I love myself. Come on. I want to do better. I have big dreams. I want to go there. I want to succeed. I want to be known. I want to be rich and famous and wealthy. And look what I've done. Look at what I've done. Look at that. But so now, this person pointed out that, okay, I've known you for a while, even before you came to meet me. You've told me a series of things you wanted to do. You started this and you stopped. Why did you stop doing this? You have not been consistent in some of the things you've been doing. Okay, you started learning this one skill. You had not even built that skill. You've not, honed it properly. You left the training school and decided to go be your own boss.
Or maybe go to something different.
You left, it failed, you jumped in. Instead of you, to go back to acquire more knowledge, you left that one and you went to do something else. Okay, you said you were going to study. You said you were going to take out more time to build on yourself. You did it for just 1 week and you stopped. So all of these things have, it has grown together. It's just like a house, a building. You keep laying blocks and the building, it moves from just the foundation to the first story, depending on what you want to build. But even the skyscrapers we see today started with, laying the foundation and block by block and everything. So everything, the sum of all the things you've been doing has, put you in this place. You are your own worst enemy. You are a procrastinator. you are a procrastinator. Who is a procrastinator? Someone who, avoids doing things that are necessary. You put it off to some other time. Sometimes you feel because, it's boring, or it's not exciting, it's not pleasing, it's not, self-gratifying. Immediately, you put it off. It's the action of unnecessarily and voluntarily delaying or postponing something, despite knowing that there will be negative consequences for doing so. I will do this later. I will do that later. It's the start of a new year. You've come up with some resolutions. This year, I would do this, I would do that, I would do this, I would lose weight, I would, study more, I would, go back to school, I would, restrict some things, I would not spend so much time on social media. But you keep procrastinating. Later. Procrastination, even in very, very little things. Very little things as even inside your house. This thing is not supposed to be in this particular place. And you'll be like, it's just me. I'll take it out some other time. And that thing, it's just like, I saw a video on social media. They were cleaning someone's house. Not in Nigeria though, because I'm sure if that person were Nigerian, the neighbors would have done something even before the person called the cleaning service to come help him clean. The house was filled with junk, with trash, as in heaped up. The question there was, how somebody actually lived here and kept on piling these things here. And that's how it goes. Something you were meant to do today, you leave it, and you don't know that every day comes with its own, challenges, responsibilities, and it keeps piling up and piling up and piling up. But when you go to church, you're a Christian, and they say, every enemy, just like you went to church today, you prayed, you prayed. Not knowing that, yes, you follow for that person where they pray. You are. Because of, these things you do consistently. So Dave, what's your take on procrastination?
Okay, first I think it's what I call it a mental condition. The same way we have, issues that affect our mind. Yeah.
Some sort of addiction.
I wouldn't call it an addiction. I would call it, the issues that affect the mind. The same way you would get sick, and then you go to the hospital. Oh, it's malaria. And then for some people, they're depressed. They go to the hospital and, this is the situation. Procrastination is a sickness. Most people don't even know that they are stage 4
acute,
deep and gone. Stage 4 deep and gone. I mean, it starts from when you wake up, your alarm. It bips the first time, get up.
Snooze.
5 a.m. you snooze till it's like 6:30. And once you start it, it's like a drug. Like you start,
becomes habitual.
You start binging on it.
Yeah.
Every other thing is, oh, don't worry. It's called the illusion of time. Like you have too much time.
You have all the time in the
to
world.
do every other thing and not this particular one. So, okay, when would you do that? You know what? Don't worry. 30 minutes from now. 40 minutes from now. We're not saying things that are new, Moreover, in the society we find ourselves, I mean, people are good with habitual things, actions, When you started, some people have even made it their thing. Sabi procrastinate, it's my thing.
It's just my personality,
forte. Yeah, it's my forte. Don't worry, I'll do it later. Now, I would want to say something, and the best remedy for this is an experience. Have you gone to the airport and you you delayed for some minutes and you lost your flight.
All right.
Or something, the portal for you to register for something and you didn't do it. For me, right? Because I think, there's a little bit of this character trait in every other person.
Yeah.
Let's not seem and sound like...
Yeah, like we're not guilty.
Yeah, I am. But I learned from experiences. There are times where I would tell myself, you know what, I will do this. I'll just do this. And genuinely, there are things that are taking my time. So I'm looking at, okay, this one is not top on the priority. I'll keep pushing. And there you go. Boom. Someone uses that idea and you're like, for real? I thought of this thing first. It always happens to me with ideas, like ideas that I pen down. Okay, I'll do this particular thing. I'll launch this business. And then I just chill and hope that at some confident time it will happen. And then someone takes the idea and it's working. Well, I saw one the other day. I'm like, okay. He was talking and he was making reference to what he did and how he started what he did. And that was like life-changing moment for him. And I thought to myself, I had this idea first. What happened? Why didn't I run with this idea? And like I said, the best antidote to procrastination is an experience. When you learn in a terrible manner.
Now, you know something. As much as, there are some people who have had terrible experiences.
Are you sure?
Some people, there's this thing called willpower, and decision. Because sometimes some things hurt you. It's just like people who are addicted to some particular, substance or things or habit. Or they know that this thing is killing me. Or this thing will kill me eventually. They know this thing is not good for me. This is dangerous. This could cost me. In fact, it's already costing me so much. But okay, when are you going to break this addiction? Tomorrow. Like they are having, let's say the person is an acute smoker, like really addicted to, smoking. And one day you just pass out. You can't breathe. It's not like you even have asthma or anything. And you land in the hospital and they tell you your lungs are giving way. They're about to collapse. And let's say the person has, some money, they're able to do some cleaning up a little, the person begins to feel good again. The person says, they've given me a clean bill of health, it was just a little thing. Okay, I've been smoking, let's say 15 years before now and nothing happened to me. Come on. Come on, like how do you expect me to, do away with it? Like it's part of me. Like they keep going.
That's why I say it's almost a life experience that would make you. I mean, some people don't learn the easy way. I mean, you tell someone, quit doing this, and you think it's going to work, or you tell someone, open a savings account just immediately, and you think that person's going to work, or it's that advice is good, until you get into that situation where what you procrastinated becomes your nemesis. And then you start the old tale. Had I known how I wished I didn't procrastinate. Do you understand? It's almost impossible to tell someone who is a chronic procrastinator to change. I mean, this is the way of life. This is how he lives his life. It just keeps rolling over. The reason why some people graduated late, the same reason. Submit this assignment, and then the next thing you didn't, you had a carryover. The carryover spilled into an extra year. Your mates are far gone, and then you're still struggling. It's a mindset until something happens.
Something worse.
So we're not praying for that to happen. We're not praying for that to happen. If you don't take deliberate steps to deciding to do the needful, something would happen life would just happen to you. And then you might just, okay, this is what I've been doing wrong. automatic reset. You just come back to your senses.
You just tell yourself, see, this would not happen again. You know, as human beings and as young people, this year, many of us we're anticipating so much. We have so many things we've lined up. Okay, these are my goals. When people are penning down their goals, because you get into conversation with your friends as a young person, and some people who are close to you ask you questions. So what are your plans for the year? So you prepare, you actually write out some things. So it doesn't seem as though when you meet up with friends or you connect with people, everybody seems to be talking about what they want to do. You don't have anything to say. Like you're not serious about your life. But the truth there is that you're actually not doing anything. And now I want us to go down memory lane and think about last year. All the things you said you were going to do. All the things you said, okay, I was going to do. I was going to stop this. I was going to stop this. Like, can you see, like, are you becoming your own worst enemy? Because I've heard stories from, people who are way, way older. Now, especially when it comes to investments. You get to hear people say, had I known, I would have bought this share or this stock, my wife was telling me to buy this property or that. My husband was telling me to go back to school, or this person was telling me, to just, start this thing. But I was like, later. If I had known. And the amazing thing or the sad thing there is that we as young people, we get to hear these stories and we're like, Wolo, you've lived your life. Inside our minds, many of us feel that, okay, someone is trying to, hold the locus of control over you. Like, you have lived your life.
Allow me do mine.
Allow me do mine. Like, allow me do my thing the way I want it, because it's my life. And it's up to us to really think. Someone used to say something. Yeah, I think that's my mom. She said she used to tell us then when we were growing up that it's stupidity, for you to say that you would not learn from another person's experience. Rather, you would want to learn from your own experience, especially when it's something wrong. When you've heard stories, you have seen things of people who have, gone through this path, and you still want to insist that you can see, like, from people's, things that have happened to people, that this road is not good. And you're insisting that it's my life. Let me do what I want. I think I'm grown up enough, at that point, when we're teenagers, we feel like we know so much then. Or where we just, enter into adulthood, you're 18, you're 20, you feel that, okay, I've come to some, point of, come on, I'm in the university, like, excuse me, I have so many followers, I have a podcast, I'm doing stuff, so I know things. And people are like, hey, don't go that way, don't go that way, don't go that way. Like, and this is something that, many people find themselves doing. It's just like starting a business and not doing your due diligence. Not doing your due diligence. Okay, so how does this work? What are, the pros, the cons? You just jump in. Because, yes, it's live. Live, has experiences, and let me get to, experience my own, because it's my life. It's my life. So now, Dave, this narrative, for many young people who always think that nobody should correct them, like they are never wrong, that they can be their own, no matter how much you try to, put it out to them. Like, what would you say to such kind of people? Well, no matter what, they do not want to listen to anybody. They are not listening to the voice of reason. They do not want to change. But they want to have big results, or still want to, keep doing the same things and still heading, like, this road it's probably not glaring to you because, let's say, you're blinded by so many things. Pride, ego,
That's the actual word, because
you're blinded.
Yes.
What do you have to say to such kind of people, or about this kind of people?
The truth is, the truth is, I mean, you can't necessarily tell people like that to change. These are people who have built a strong mental impression. If they say, for example, should I use this example? No.
All right.
There are people who they begged, go to school. And they said, nope, I don't want to go to school. I want to do something else. I want to be an artist. I want to play football. And society looked at them, and people, family, close friends, and looked at them and said, are you good with this? If you aren't good with this, it's best if you go to school. And they say, no. Every other person is playing football. Every other person is making money through singing. I think this is what I should do. Now, I'm that kind of person who would tell you, I would advise you from experience and exposure, this is what I know, this is what I think can work for you. If you don't want to go with it, fine, go with your options. Like I said when I started the show, experience would teach people life lessons. And I'm just concerned about people who would learn it in a very terrible manner.
Very hard way.
Do you understand it? They would get to find out that they have been throwing their pearls at swines. They have been building their houses on sand. It's going to be detrimental when you wake up. It's going to be a shame when you wake up and you're 35 or 30 and you don't have a career, you don't have a vision, you don't have a goal, you don't have a plan,
you don't have a skill,
you don't have a skill, you're not educated,
you don't have any relationship. By relationship, I'm not saying romantic relationship, like you don't have quality friends, in network
that
of people
is investing into you. And well, at that point, all you can do is go back, sit with yourself, ask yourself questions, decide to make amends. It's not too late to move forward. But how about the years that have gone? Now, for people who are obstinate, people who are stubborn, like I say, all you can do for them is give them the advice that you can at the time. If they choose to take it, good. If they don't want to, allow life happen to them. It's as simple as that. Probably they can learn from those experiences. If those experiences don't take their lives, but if it doesn't, yes, they will definitely learn. And if they don't learn from one experience, another experience would happen to them. I mean, we're living in a generation where kids are, or the young people, because I'm young also, and you hear them saying things like, it's my life. When I hear people say it's my life, I'm like, sure. But that life is constituted with experience and exposure of other people.
Mm-hmm.
What you call your life, your reality, is someone's reality that has been transferred to you. So if you woke up one morning and they told you as a baby you were meant to walk on your hands, that would be your reality.
Just like the cartoon Tarzan.
Do you understand? People actually put in time to invest in what you call your consciousness. People told you how to talk. They taught you how to, reason logically. They taught you how to avoid certain things.
Don't touch this, don't put your hand in fire.
You understand? So when you wake up and say, it's my life, you're trying to say the input of every other person doesn't count.
Anymore.
Where you are is someone's past. People would still need to take you from where you are to the next place,
level.
And we have a generation where young people think,
I can make it on my own.
1, 2. They think mentors are for certain job descriptions. If it's not a formal job description, I don't think I should have a mentor. And we are gradually getting off the track because there is no one pointing the direction and saying, look, these are the mistakes I made, these are the errors I made. This was how I was able to achieve this. You know, you don't have anybody showing you that path, so you are meant. You in fact, making a mistake is not evitable. You would make mistakes.
Make mistakes, sure.
Do you understand? So
but some can, you can make, sometimes when you follow instructions, when you have people, to guide you, it can reduce the hazard, that you get to experience
in life. So it's up to you. I mean, at this point in time in our lives, we should know the truth. We should be able to see what is good and what is bad. You know what you're meant to do at every given point in time. Unless probably you have a mental problem.
I came across a study while, looking through procrastination. And it's true that people will have, this behavior like acute, it's serious, like they procrastinate on every single thing. Now it has gotten to the point where you actually need to seek out for help. It's psychological. You have to, get help, because I know someone is sitting down there listening and like, I would really love to do the things I say I would do, but no matter how much I make the decision, because decision is one of the ways you can actually get to stop procrastinating. You make up your mind, I would not do this, and you make efforts daily. There are some people who are struggling seriously, and they're like, I have tried my possible best. I think it's time for you to reach out to a therapist, get some help to, get to the root of this problem. Find a professional who would help you. Probably you need to, have a group where, an accountability group, an accountability partners.
Can I share therapy? Quick one.
All right, go ahead.
Do big things in a little way. You want to get that goal done, and to you that goal is so big and enormous. You can do big things, you can do great things in a little way. For example, you don't procrastinate when you want to eat. You're very hungry, very, very hungry, you're starving, you need to get the food. Your body needs this food. You need to drink water. You're thirsty. Oh, how you crave for this particular meal. At that point in time, you don't wait. You don't need someone to beg you, or you don't need someone to remind you, oh, come and eat. The food is served. What you do is you get to the table, you prepare the food, and you eat. I know most of us will say, I'm even lazy to make the food. That's a different case. But if you know how desperate you want it, you go for it. You don't need to go for big things. I'm not saying you shouldn't dare to dream for big achievements, no. You don't need to have that goal almighty in your face. What you can do is break it down with a step-by-step approach. This day, this is what I want to do. This day, this is what I want to do. For instance, you want to burn weight. You want to cut down on fat. You don't need to say, okay, people tell me, I love your body. I want to go to the gym like you. I want to work out. I'm like, no. You don't need to start with the gym.
Little steps.
Because
baby steps.
You will definitely derail along the way. You get tired and you procrastinate. Oh, don't worry, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it the next day. Start with waking up early and jumping around in your room. Make your body get used to that.
Now these days we have many people doing fitness content.
You understand?
On different platforms.
You could go on YouTube. Start off with doing what you can. Go to push-ups. From there, you would build. It's called muscle memory. When you start something and do it over and over again, your muscles, they acclimatize to this new habit. And the next thing is you want to, with an inch margin, graduate to the next level. Okay, so I when I wake up, I don't have my devotion. I don't pray. I don't read my Bible. I don't do anything. Start by waking up first. Don't push yourself to do 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Just start with what you can. Make it a habit. You use one habit to counter the other.
You know, there's one thing about success in one area. If you can achieve success in one area of your life, it can spur you into, you know, pushing for more in other aspects of your life.
The dopamine rush when I get my goals crushed is something. I mean, I felt that on Friday? On Friday, I just everything I had for the week, or for the day, I just summed it up, and you know, from one call to the other, and not everything was positive. You know, I had people turn me down. So, okay, don't worry, let's fix this for next week, or let's do this. But the fact that I could remember and then write your goals down. You know, I'm going to call this person. I'm going to reach out to this person.
Yeah, because some people actually are very forgetful. Yes. You know, there's this thing called ADHD, attention
deficiency, something
about
hyperactive syndrome.
Yes, that makes you forget things. You can actually help you get a bit distracted. You forget things very easily. That's why, you know, we're in an age where we have devices. You can put up a reminder for everything you want to do, and you can actually set the alarm to remind you every 5 minutes interval.
Yeah,
even if it's 1 minute, like you can set it to, you know, some people own mobile devices, you know, high-tech mobile devices, and they are not even using these devices were made to help you, not just for your entertainment alone, but you can use them for so many things. So if you're someone who forgets a lot, you can, you know, put on that reminder. It keeps coming. Even as someone who is a procrastinator, try it. The reminder is popping up every 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah, that would work. Another thing you should do is create a mental picture. I have one, and in my mind, no matter how I make mistakes and errors, or I don't achieve my goals, this should be my list. Do you understand? This should be my list. And when I mean my list, it's way far, it's higher than most people's best.
All right, before we are slowly running out of time, I would like a few persons, you know, to call in and tell us what your experience has been. Have you ever found yourself at the point where you realized that you were your own worst enemy, that it was not anybody from anywhere, that it was you doing this to yourself, and how were you able to overcome it? We want to get to hear your story. So join the conversation. Call us on 0817 00000951 and 0810 9510951. Once again, the numbers to call 0817 00000951 and 0810 9510951. Back to you, Dave.
All right, so I was saying, create a mental picture. You know, just know that even if I'm going to fall, I'm not going to fall below the standard. And keep that in front of you every single time. I want to be this kind of man. And if I see myself waking up every other day and not walking towards being this man, then I need to do something.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Hello, Chris Control, welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Positive, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome. So talk to us. Have you had this experience before where you realized that you were the problem, not anybody, not anything? Oh, no. Oh, we lost that call. Please do all to call us back. 0817 00000951 and 0810 9510951. Let's head back to the phone lines. Hello, good evening. Oh, come on, what's going on? Please do all to keep the calls coming. Let's get to hear from you before we wrap up the show. You know, Dave, there is also something that is very powerful. You know, that is, you know, sometimes we get to underestimate the impact of people in our life.
Yeah.
Let me hold that thought. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening, Chris Control. Welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Oh, no. Hello, good evening. Today 95.1 FM. What's your name? Hello? Oh, we seem to be having issues with the phone lines. So back to what I was saying, Dave.
Yeah.
You know, there is power in association. I believe, you know, when you get to hear this thing, you just feel it's just motivation. It's not just motivation. It really works. And for the fact that people keep saying this thing, they've tested this thing over and over and over again. That means, come on, some things have become laws. It's not just a suggestion or a postulation or a hypothesis. It actually
proven over time.
You know, when you say, okay, I want to do this, and you tell people, you tell somebody, I want you to hold me accountable. Because most times why we get to procrastinate is because we feel that, okay, nothing will happen. Come on, it's my life. Even if I don't attain. But when you know there are people who you're accountable to and they would not let you fail, they would not take no for an answer, you can't just be excused. To a great extent, that now as a young person, because, you know, we just want to connect, we just want to meet people, but what's the quality of the relationships you have around you? That place you say you want to get to, are you really surrounding yourself with people
there who have been there,
or people who would help you get there? Because that sometimes, you know, someone who wants to fly has to, you know, lay off weight. It's just like the plane. There is a particular, you know, level of weight it can carry. That's why I say, no. The airplane cannot overload itself. If not, it would not be able to fly. It will crash. That's how some of us, you know, have encumbered ourselves with so many persons that are just weights that are just going to make you crash. We would make sure and see to it that it's that unconsciously, but because you have allowed yourself to be in their space, you have refused to remove yourself from their circle, you know, to enter into circles where people can hold you accountable, where you can't just give them excuses, where they say, okay, you said, and also when you surround yourself with people who are doing stuff, then you just remember, okay, well, we're meeting, let's say we meet every week or every 2 weeks, and everybody's talking, okay, I did this, I did that. You wouldn't want to be the person who did nothing.
True.
So the power of association, having, you know, an accountability group or team, just, you know, a team of people who say, okay, you see, we are tired of failure. We are tired, you know, of complaining. Let's make this work. Okay, this is what I will do. This is what I will do. And everybody, you know, holds themselves accountable to see to it that this is done. Because if you can dream it, as much as there are some things that when you get to hear, they sound crazy, but come on. That's how ideas are.
I'm telling you. Accountability groups. That works perfectly for me. I think I should even start another one. I used to have one. So I would have another one because, I mean, New Year has come with different levels of progress. So, yes, that is something I would definitely suggest for anyone.
So, so if there is nothing you're going to take away from this show tonight, we've been talking about, you know, being your own worst enemy, how you can become or how you have been your own worst enemy, and that's by, you know, being a procrastinator, engaging in procrastination. And now how you can do better. Yes, we're not, you know, I've said just that to an extent, procrastination can be a mental disorder. So if you think that it's acute, it's severe, then you could actually seek for medical help, go for therapy. But if you know it is just habitual, that you actually have the ability to stop this, because just like Dave mentioned, you eat, you sleep, you don't procrastinate. Because, you know, if you don't do these things, you will drop dead. So you can actually break out from this cycle. So one of the things you should do, you know, check your circle. This person that is my friend, this person I'm following. It's even up to even social media, the people you follow, the videos you watch.
The kind of people who you allow influence you.
You get people you're always consuming their content.
Yeah.
How are they helping you, to become that person? Or probably you have to, discipline yourself. You're consuming too much of social media. You're spending so much time. Probably the time you could have been using to do some other thing, you're on your phone. So search yourself and, do the needful. Do what's right. So, Dave, your final words before we call it a wrap.
Begin with something small. Start with waking up when the alarm bips. Start with doing what you think needs to be done, when you think it needs to be done, and then plan your goals gradually. And very soon, you would not wake up discovering that you are crushing your goals every point in time, but you would be a step closer to not being a procrastinator.
And by extension, not being your own worst enemy, because this when you've done all of these things and you wake up and when you finally agree that you're actually the reason, this is one of the reasons why people commit suicide. They now go into depression when they realize, no, I'm not saying you should go into depression. No, it shouldn't make you sad, because you can actually do something about it and have the beautiful 2023 of your dreams. Someone used to say something that if you set your as a student, you say you want to hit first class and you begin to work towards it, there's a possibility that even if you do not hit the first class, you could fall at, let's say, a 2-1. But when you place your expectation too low, you might just end up leaving school with a pass. So it has been great. It has been great doing the show with you this evening. The show has been Cruise Control. It comes your way every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. My name is Chiwende Onye, and thank you so much, Dave, for being here. Till we come your way next week, do have yourself a fruitful week ahead.
To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a settlement mentioned? When I talk about market, do you think I used to climb from 3 alone in this video?
So you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What
was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
sing song. Telling you this, telling you that, make you talk. What is happening? Yeah, I go be your doctor. I go be your doctor, yeah. Fly you around with the back, yeah. My baby, you're my baby. My heart, you're my baby. My baby, you're my baby. My heart, you're my baby. I look up at your heart. Hello, yeah. Hello. I look up at your heart. Hello, yeah. When I step on the stage, all the girls then screaming on my days, I'm hot. Singing to my song for words. Hello, I like your shots. Oh God, me I no go fit come out on top your kiss. I'm on my jeans and shorts, so I can't believe my goal is sober. Activate your love and tender. Kiss me, tease me, manja. Please me, tease me, baby. Tell me that you love me, yeah. Activate your love, baby. This your touch could make me crazy. Please me, tease me, baby. My baby, you're my baby. My heart, you're my baby. I look up there with your heart. Hello, yeah. Hello. I look up there with your heart. Hello, yeah. Hello,
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is the BBC.
Hello. Today, implantable defibrillators, the latest generation of smart pacemakers that can shock your heart back into a normal rhythm. But what's it like when they go off?
You get a terrific punch in the chest, and then you get a sort of bright flash of yellow light in your eyes, and you wonder what on earth's happened. But believe you me, you're very lucky that it hasn't happened.
And drug addiction. How do addicts recover from their habit?
What we know about who does make it, particularly important, are things about social networks and the transitioning from excluded networks of fellow addicts and drinkers to pro-social networks is a massive thing. Essentially, it's the contagion of hope that's at the absolute heart of the recovery process.
But before that, a blast from the past. Rickets. Just the mention of the word conjures up images of Dickensian scenes of deprived children with bowed legs. However, despite being eradicated after the Second World War, the English disease, as rickets has long been known, is back. It affects growing children and results from vitamin D and or calcium deficiency preventing proper bone growth. But it's not just about the bones. Rickets is also associated with seizures and heart problems, and at least 2 children in the UK have died from the condition in the last couple of years. And it's completely preventable.
How's he doing?
He's okay.
Good.
At the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital in Stanmore, paediatrician Dr. Benjamin Jacobs is checking a 2-year-old boy diagnosed with rickets 6 months ago. His mother Zaina knew something wasn't right.
I noticed his legs were bending, they were quite bowy and they weren't getting any better. As he kept on walking, they weren't straightening up. His left one was bending inwards, his left foot. So I thought, something's definitely wrong.
And since you started giving him the vitamin D, has it had any effect?
There have been a lot of improvements here. I mean, they're not completely straight, but I don't feel like it's getting worse. I feel like it's getting better.
Can I see his legs? I'd like to see how straight they are now.
Yeah.
So I agree, his legs are not completely straight yet, but they are certainly better than they were 6 months ago.
Dr. Jacobs shows me the x-rays of the toddler's legs, which, as well as the characteristic bowing, demonstrate other typical features too.
The knees and the ankles are swollen, and it's at the end of the bone, at the growth plate, the part of the bone which is developing and growing. That's where you see the changes of rickets. The end of the bone is not clear and clean, like a healthy bone, it looks rotten. It looks frayed and splayed. And this is an old-fashioned classic picture of rickets.
What's actually going wrong with the bone? Why do you get that bend and that rotten appearance?
If you look under a microscope, the growth plate is disorganized in a child with rickets. The growing part of the bone fails to calcify. Because there's a lack of calcium and phosphate in the child's blood, the bone simply doesn't form, so the child ends up short and deformed.
So essentially what's going wrong is that the building blocks necessary for healthy bone just simply aren't there.
Exactly, because the ingredients are not there, the calcium and the phosphate. Without vitamin D, you can't lay down the ingredients, and therefore the building blocks simply don't form.
Did you know what you were looking at when you saw his legs?
I've seen people with bow legs, and it doesn't look very pretty. But I didn't really know much about ricket, or if that what it was, you know.
But you were just a worried mum.
Yeah, I
it
was
sounds
just
like
worried that it didn't look right, you know. Because he was having difficulty running as well. He would play for a little bit, run, and then sit down and rest. We did notice he was quite uncomfortable with that. When he was running, he seems to be tired very quick, and he would sit down for a while and then go back again, which is not normal for a child.
So from your perspective, I mean, you feel he's a lot better?
Yes, he is, yeah. He's running for much longer, and he plays for much longer. He will be doing jumping, getting on a chair and jumping, which he seems to be quite comfortable.
Unfortunately, Zaina's son is far from alone. Rickets may still be rare, but milder degrees of vitamin D deficiency are not. Indeed, getting enough of the so-called sunshine vitamin is a challenge for most children in the UK.
The recommended amount of daily intake is about 10 micrograms, and we know that you only get about 2 or 3 in the diet. So we're relying on people either making vitamin D from sunshine or taking it as a supplement. And unfortunately, in the UK, there's simply not enough sunshine, especially in the winter. It's impossible from November, December, January, February, March to form vitamin D from sunshine. So unless people give their children supplements or feed them foods which have been artificially fortified with vitamin D, a child simply won't get enough.
Who's at particular risk?
You need vitamin D especially when you're growing fast. So young babies, children when they're growing fast in puberty, pregnant women particularly need to be careful to get enough vitamin D for their health as well as the health of the baby. The elderly also tend to lack vitamin D more than the rest of the population.
And looking at those groups, are there particular subgroups that are more likely to have vitamin D deficiency?
Yes, it's certainly more of a problem in people with darker skin because you need more sunshine, and also people who dress very modestly, so particularly Muslim women who cover their skin will find it very difficult to make enough vitamin D in this country. The other group that we're starting to discover as a major problem are children on a restricted diet. So that might be because a child has an allergy, or the child is thought to have an allergy. If a child's not drinking milk and eating fish, for example, then they will lack calcium. And even if you have a reasonable level of vitamin D, unless you get some calcium in your diet, you can get rickets.
At any stage during your pregnancy, were you advised to take a supplement? Did anyone mention supplements to you?
Well, I had a vitamin D shortage myself when I was pregnant with him, and I did take some vitamin D supplement, but nobody mentioned anything about him taking, making sure the baby's taking some vitamin D when it's born.
The issue wasn't raised with you?
No.
Growing concerns about the resurgence of rickets prompted the British Paediatric Surveillance Unit to survey all children diagnosed with the condition in the UK over a 2-year period. Dr. Priscilla Julies is a paediatrician at the Royal Free Hospital in London and one of the principal investigators.
There were 2 cases we had actually of deaths from vitamin D deficiency, and one of them was from Birmingham and the other one was actually from London. And I think you'll agree with me, to die from vitamin D deficiency is unacceptable in this day and age and extremely sad.
The report is still being finalised, but Dr. Julie shared the interim figures with Inside Health. Nearly 200 children were diagnosed with rickets over the 2-year period, but that's likely to be an underestimate. The survey only recorded cases reported by by consultant paediatricians, and more children could have been diagnosed and treated in other tiers of the health service, such as orthopaedic clinics. And there's more to the story than vitamin D deficiency.
One of the things that's emerging both in the literature and the results from our study are that both calcium and vitamin D are just as important in causation of rickets. So it's not just about making sure that your vitamin D level is good. It's also about making sure you have enough calcium in your diet.
So you could have a normal vitamin D intake, but a low calcium intake and still end up with rickets.
That's right. Our study is one of the first to show that interplay between the two and how both of them are important.
Because there are concerns that there are a lot of children potentially with suboptimal levels of vitamin D out there, but most of them do not have rickets. Does your research suggest that you probably need both to get rickets? You need vitamin D deficiency and a poor calcium intake?
There's a very complex interplay between the two nutrients. So yes, that's correct, that at any one time, either one of those could be low, or one could be normal, one could be high, and that interplay actually affects how rickets then develops.
But one would hope in a country as wealthy as the UK, with an established public health pattern, with long-established advice on vitamin D and calcium intake, that this would be exceptionally rare, and it's not.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things we found sadly, and this is one of the shock findings of the surveillance, was that although there was guidance about who should be getting vitamin D supplementation, 70% of children who were eligible to take supplements were not on them. That's a failure of public health policy, and that's one of the main findings of the study.
Advice about when to give vitamin D supplements to babies and children has in the past been somewhat confusing. The latest guidance, released in 2016, is much clearer and recommends that supplementation be considered in all babies and children under 5 unless they're drinking more than half a litre of formula milk a day. But simpler guidance doesn't mean that it's going to be followed. Dr. Wolfgang Högler is consultant endocrinologist at Birmingham Children's Hospital.
Most European countries supplement all infants universally, independent of the mode of feeding, and they're doing very well in there, but the UK is sadly lagging far behind. So of 100 infants born in England, only 5 to 20 receive supplements, whereas in the rest of Europe those numbers are over 80. And that's a policy and then policy implementation problem that is very UK specific.
What are we doing particularly wrong in the UK? Because, the latest guidance suggests essentially that every child under the age of 5, irrespective of their age, irrespective of how they're fed, the parents should consider vitamin D supplementation.
Yeah, that's true. But
Seems easy advice to follow on the surface, yes?
Definitely. This is where one has to think how a prevention program works. Why is it that the prevention of infection through the immunization programs, the vaccinations in the first months and the first year of life works relatively well in the UK, with over 90% of infants receiving those vaccinations? And why does the other prevention program to prevent rickets not work? And the answer is because one program is supported, funded and monitored, and the other one isn't. In most European countries, you get your first bottle of vitamin D at discharge from an neonatal unit, and then you register at your GP or pediatrician, who then will again monitor the supplementation at every child health surveillance visit. And that's not happening in the UK.
Are there any examples of good practice where they've managed to make inroads?
Yeah, in Birmingham, when there was a public health campaign and the percentage of infants actually receiving supplements was increased from 5 to 20%. But, I've just given you the numbers. In most European countries, that number is above 80%. So raising awareness and talking to everybody doesn't help. What you need is somebody being made responsible. The GPs in England are responsible for the immunization program. So why does the government not make them also responsible for monitoring the vitamin D supplementation? It is a fact that 85% of all parents in the UK actually don't know that this program exists.
A member of a European Society for Paediatric Endocrinology working group, Dr. Högler was behind a question raised at Westminster.
Asked Her Majesty's government whether they have any plans to designate the group of healthcare professionals to be accountable for the prevention of rickets. And the response by the government was, how can I say that politely, not satisfactory. They said rickets can generally be prevented by ensuring that children have a healthy, balanced diet, spend some time outside in the sun, and take appropriate supplements. That was their response, and they said they have obviously published the NICE guidance, which says everybody should be on supplement, and the local commissioners would wish to consider how best to take forward these recommendations. Right, that's all nice, but it's wrong. Government seems to ignore the UK's latitude, the fact that we don't have enough sunshine, and the sunshine is the main source of vitamin D. They ignore any public health expertise that is out there that says the messages need to be simple and that monitoring is required of such prevention programs. So I'm becoming a bit frustrated with the UK government's attitude towards this.
And we'll probably ask him to come back in another 6 months for another checkup.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions, or was there anything else you wanted to tell me?
So will his leg get completely straight if he keeps taking on the vitamin D?
I expect he will, as long as he keeps taking the vitamin D and continues with a good diet. You need to have calcium in the diet. So the calcium with the vitamin D should make his legs completely back to normal.
So it's very important for calcium and vitamin D to go hand in hand together.
Exactly, you need both.
Okay.
Dr. Benjamin Jacobs in his clinic at Stanmore. We've spoken to Public Health England, who say there are no plans for a formal monitoring programme for vitamin D supplementation. Instead, the policy is to continue to work with local authorities and health visitors to give healthy nutrition advice to all new parents during the first 2 years of life. And there's a link to the latest guidance on who should be taking vitamin D supplements, and it's not just children, on the Inside Health page of the Radio 4 website. If you're a parent, please take a look. But don't just depend on your doctor, midwife or health visitor to remind you, and please spread the word. The number of drug-related deaths hit a record high last year, with a particularly worrying increase among cocaine users. And this is set against a background of growing concern about the impact of misuse of prescription medicines, particularly morphine-type painkillers, and the burgeoning popularity of novel psychoactive substances like spice and mamba. And the changing drug scene has been accompanied by changing attitudes to how services can help addicts recover from their habit. A new European study into recovery has just been launched by a team from Sheffield Hallam University in the hope that a better evidence base will help shape better legislation, policy and services. Professor David Best is leading the project.
For around a decade now, there's been an increasing recognition that the resolution of problems is much better predicated on strengths, the building of connections, of communities, of aspiration and hope, than on pathology management.
Because there has been this perception that, once an addict, you're always an addict, and there's something different about the addict's brain, and that's been popular both with the researchers and the medics and the drug users themselves. So it sort of explains things away.
Absolutely. And there was a belief that if we could move away from this idea that it was a disease of the will, some kind of weakness of will, and move towards the idea that this was a medical brain disorder, then stigma would reduce. However, surveys have since shown that while there has been a general recognition of brain disorder, it's actually increased the level of stigmatisation. So that particular aspiration, well-intentioned as it was, has misfired, and we've ended up in a situation where people will say, yes, it's a brain disorder, but it's a chronic relapsing brain disorder that's permanent and irreversible. I think what the recovery movement has shown is that not only is it reversible, and the best estimates we have is that between 50 and 60% of people who have a lifetime substance dependence will eventually recover, but that we can increasingly understand how and why they recover.
And what do we know about those people who manage it successfully, that 50 or 60%? Is there something different about them from the 40% or so who don't manage it?
Yeah, I mean, there are issues about complexity and severity that people who have, for instance, comorbid significant mental health problems, who have significant histories of prison time, they have slightly reduced odds. And what we know about who does make it, we characterise now in the science of recovery capital. So we know what to measure, and there's things about the strengths individuals need. Particularly important are things about social networks and the transitioning from excluded networks of fellow addicts and drinkers to pro-social networks is a massive thing. And while there are health measures that need to be taken, essentially it's the contagion of hope that's at the absolute heart of the recovery process.
But another popular perception about drug misuse is that you end up in a vicious downward spiral where you often lose the connectivity. You may run into criminality to fund your habit. All of the sorts of things that help people successfully quit, you start to lose.
Absolutely. And one of the things we know is that natural recovery, where people recover without any external support or assistance, tends to happen relatively early. So where people still have retained some of that capital, they haven't lost their job, they haven't lost their family. So for people who do lose all those things, it's a long, slow process for people to recover. And then generally from the point of putting down drink or drugs, we estimate it's about a 5-year process till people can self-sustain their recovery journey. So therefore, there is a core requirement that there are external supports at the start of that process, but also throughout it, to build the scaffolding around people to allow them to recover. So one of the dangers we have is that stigmatised, exclusionary attitudes on the part of the general public, but especially on the part of professionals, are almost self-fulfilling prophecies, and reversing those beliefs that once an addict, always an addict is a critical part of managing that process. But we know that where people do manage that journey, when people do make it to 5 years into recovery, not only do they become useful, viable citizens with strengths and assets to contribute, they actually typically are what we'd refer to as better than well. They volunteer more, they're more active in the community, so they actually become a positive strength. In other words, the better than well phenomenon is one that everybody benefits from.
Is there something special about that 5-year period? It's a duration we often use to determine a cure in other things, like cancer even. Once you get to 5 years, are your chances of relapse very small?
Evidence would suggest that in the first year after people detox from either alcohol or from heroin, the likelihood of relapse is between 50 and 70%. So people are more likely to relapse than not. By the time they get to 5 years of consistent sobriety, the likelihood of relapse has dropped to 15%. People are never safe. It's not the case that once you reach a certain point, you won't relapse. It's just that the odds are as good at that point as they'll ever be.
But they're still fairly high, aren't they? I mean, you think that at 5 years you've done the hard work, but you've still got a lifetime of hard work, effectively.
Absolutely, and it's why if, for instance, you subscribe to an Alcoholics Anonymous 12-step view of recovery, the belief is that you have to keep working at your recovery for the rest of your life. You're never fully recovered. That's not a view that's shared by all recovery philosophies, but certainly the evidence would suggest that people don't ever become immune, that there is no cure point.
What about the differences between men and women? First of all, in terms of the scale of the problem of drug abuse compared to men and women, and in terms of recovery?
Firstly, it's far more prevalent in men than women. And certainly, if you look at any treatment service surveys, they will typically suggest that between 2/3 and 3/4 of addict populations are male. So it became a really interesting surprise to us. As with criminal justice populations, there appears to be a higher level of stigma around addiction for women than there is for men. And that all sounds pretty pessimistic. But on the upside, women typically have a shorter addiction career than men. We also know that the mechanism of change for women is different for men. For women, it's to do with increases in abstinence, self-efficacy. For men, it's much more to do with changes in social networks and the underlying cognitions that brings about.
It's a European survey, David. Are you expecting to get different results from different parts of Europe?
That's one of our core hypotheses for the study. One of the things we're most interested in focusing on is the question of whether the two countries, Scotland and England, that have had recovery policies for around a decade have better pathways of support than the two countries that have recently initiated recovery policies, Belgium and the Netherlands, because it's crucial that we understand whether public policy can actually make a difference in this area.
Professor David Best, and there are more details on his European survey on our website. Now, if you've watched any medical drama, you're bound to be familiar with defibrillators, the electrical devices used to shock the heart back into a normal rhythm during cardiac arrest. Well, advances in pacemaker technology now mean that some people, those prone to life-threatening rhythm disturbances, carry their own internal defibrillators. Known as implantable cardioverter defibrillators, or ICDs, the devices, which are only a bit bigger than a matchbox, sit under the skin on the upper chest and monitor the heart. If they detect a problem, they can deliver a shock direct to the organ. But what does it feel like to know that at any moment your ICD might fire? Arrhythmia specialist nurse Charlene Hogan is all too aware of the anxiety they can induce in some of her patients. So she set up a support group that meets 3 or 4 times a year at St Thomas's Hospital in London. We caught up with Charlene at their most recent get-together.
I think it's the feeling when the device goes in that they know that this is there, and it's the fear of the unknown. They may hear stories and their imagination runs wild and they just don't know how to cope with it. So this is the importance of this group. It really helps you to have somewhere to go to where you can have those questions answered, because knowledge is powerful. And just also meeting other people, because you tend to feel like I'm the only person with this device, so they know they're not isolated or alone. So that's the good thing.
I'm Charlene. I'm one of the specialist nurses at the ICD support group. We're going to start with Dr. Jerry Carl-White, and he's going to start off with a Q&A session. So I'll just introduce you to Dr. Carl-White.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all. So I'm Dr. Carl-White. I'm one of the cardiology consultants here. I think I recognise a few faces, so it's nice to see you all.
There are at least 60 people in the hall, many of whom are regulars. And when cardiologist Dr. Carl White asks for questions, the first is about what it feels like when the defibrillator kicks in.
Is there anybody who can tell me what it's like when it goes in?
Yes, please. It's better to hear from you.
It's probably the worst thing that you will have experienced for some time. You get a terrific punch in the chest, and then you get a sort of bright flash of yellow light in your eyes, and you wonder what on earth's happened. But believe you me, you're very lucky that it hasn't happened.
My name is Ian Williams. I had my defibrillator fitted in 2011. Didn't realise quite fit, healthy, jogging, running, ex-jazz dancer, ex-musician. Collapsed. Ended up at St Thomas's Hospital and found out I had this condition. At first I was scared because terrified due to this box, electronic gadgets, they can go wrong, and I was worried about the shocking, terrified, but slowly and surely came to these meetings that happened. Then they started to explain what happened and so on. As the more I went and understood, the more easier it became.
Just the fact that this device can shock you at any point is a very scary experience for some patients. Not even if they've had a shock before, but just the thought of having a shock. And so this group helps them realize that actually you're not the only one with these fears. There's ways that you can live your life and work around it. Maybe change the way you think, get your family involved, so that they would know what to do if the device did shock you.
Some people actually don't know they've got a shock, so there is quite a variable response in what people describe.
Yeah, I could add one thing. I've had quite a few shocks. They are terrible experience, but they're not painful. It's just a shock, like you've been kicked, but there's no pain with it.
Often when they come to the meeting, it's all that anxiety, that fear that's built up there, and you can just see it in their face, and then they start asking questions or they start hearing other people talk, and you can see the sudden realization, actually, I can cope with this.
Out of experience again, I know you think I'm 25, I'm not. I have been doing it a long time, and I have had very, very few patients with ICDs fire. It's not a regular occurrence as you think it might be. So if that's something you're concerned about, I hope that reassures a little bit anyway.
Round of applause.
It's my first time at this group. I wanted to see what sort of discussions they had, and it was good to come to see how other people feel about their defibrillator and how they manage everything, and it was good.
It's very rewarding. Every single time we do it, my colleagues and I say to ourselves after, absolutely, the patients really benefited from this. And that's why we do this job, because the ICD is there to help you live your life, to help you not be afraid. It's like when you go traveling and you take out insurance, you've got that there in case something goes wrong, but it's not to be a hindrance to your life. It's to complement what you want to do.
Specialist nurse Charlene Hogan at St Thomas's Hospital in London. Now, at this stage, I normally tell you what's coming up next week, but we're not here. All in the Mind's Claudia Hammond is taking over to launch a survey into loneliness. But normal service resumes the week after.
Sitting here in limbo, but I know it won't be long. Sitting here in limbo, like a bird without a song. Well, they're putting up resistance, but I know that my faith will lead me on.
Talk your own, make Naija better. My name na Yakubu Abashia. Today we want chook eye enter one of the oldest crimes for inside this life, because na crime will be say as he also he still dey show him ugly face for inside the society today. Some years back, then at 2014, Afyon Basi been talk about the matter of rape for inside Talk Your Own. She rape matter still they go up, abi they go down. I for really like hear waiting you get to yarn. But before then, make we listen to the program as Afi been bring am 3 years ago.
Talk Your Own, make Naija better.
Welcome to Talk Your Own, make Naija better. My name na Afyon Basi, but you fit call me Afi. On today's program, we go talk about one crime for Naija wey affects many of us directly or indirectly. The crime gets health and psychological consequences, and it fit even pafuka the life of the victim and the family join. Stigma, now another matter where they affect the victims of this crime, because many times then they blame them for wetin happen. Because of this, some people say this one ain't they make the people where they do this kind of thing, they enjoy to do am with wetin Oyibo call impunity. That is to say, them feel say them they untouchable. Today, we dey talk about rape. In one survey where them carry out here for Nigeria for 2013, 5% of all the women where them survey talk say they don't rape them or nearly rape them before. The survey where them call the National Crime Victimization and Safety Survey 2013 was done by an NGO called Clean Foundation. But many victims, they fear to report to police, hospital or even family member. So, the actual number of women where they don't rape for Naija fit even high past the number where we get safe.
Talk Your Own, make Naija better.
Rape, they affect our entire society. So it's very important for us all to talk about wetin our government, our communities, and even we ourselves fit do about this crime. Later for this program, a health worker will tell us wetin women fit do if them fall victim of rape. Religious leaders too go follow talk their own about this rape matter. Even Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, he go update us on the proposed Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act wey dey with the National Assembly. And of course, we go hear your own comments on the matter. But first, make we hear directly from a woman who was recently raped. She agreed to tell us her story, but she no want make we mention her name or where she come from. Part of wetin she talk fit no too sweet for ear, but to figure out how we as society go fit prevent this kind of crime, it dey important for rape victims to speak out. Make we listen now.
Can you tell us your experience, what exactly happened and how?
I closed from work in the evening on the 7th of October, and it rained that evening. It's about 8:30. I was on my way home, and before you get to my house, you have to use the pedestrian bridge to cross to the other side. So you take a bike home, And when I got to the pedestrian bridge, it was lonely. I still climbed up, and while I was walking, one guy was coming right in front of me, and I thought he was just somebody that was passing by too. And
on the opposite side?
On the opposite side, yes. So when he got close to me, he actually stopped in front of me, and then I realized two other people were behind me also. They brought out their knives and asked me to do as they say, and they won't hurt me.
Right on top of the bridge?
Right on top of the bridge. And so I obeyed. They asked me to turn back to where I was coming from and just walk normal as if nothing was going on. So I walked back, and they were following me behind. They led me to a school and asked me what I was carrying. So I told them I just had my phones, my books and stuff in my bag, and they asked me to give them my phones. I gave them the phones, and they snatched the bag from me and checked it, and then they found some money, they found an iPad, and so they were angry that I didn't tell them I had money and I had iPad. So they started beating me, and I was pleading. I asked them to take everything and just let me be, but they kept beating me for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then they stopped and asked me to take off all my clothes. I obeyed because I didn't have a choice, and after I took off all my clothes, they asked me to lie down. I did, and one of them raped me, and the others stood there watching, and they told me to pretend as if I was enjoying what was going on. And when I refused, they beat me even more. I had to do what they asked, and after the whole thing, they took everything I had and they ran away and left me there. I was in a lot of pain, so I remained there for about 30 minutes to 1 hour before I regained consciousness and found my clothes. I put them back on, and I still had to go home. I couldn't get to my house because my house was far, so I located a friend's house, and I went there, took my bath, and spent the night there.
Okay, but did your friend know anything about all that?
Yes, I had to tell him everything that had happened, and he just tried to be a friend for that moment. Consoled me, asked me to take it easy and everything, but it was not that easy. The next day, he took me to the hospital to get tested. I was given some antibiotics and painkillers and was asked not to test for anything because it was too early, that I should wait for like a week or two. So I left with the treatment they gave me.
So how have you been since then?
I'm not the same person I used to be. I watch my back every now and then. I've been living in fear. The sad thing is, I remember, I know their faces. There's one of them, I know his face. I feel very angry. I've not been able to trust anybody since then. I've just not been myself. I've not been happy at all. I feel like something has been taken from me and I cannot do anything about it. I cannot get it back, like forever.
It's okay to let the tears down. Did you do anything, like take any action legally?
I reported the case to the police station. That was the next day.
Did you include everything, the rape, the robbery and everything?
No, I didn't include the rape. I just told them the things that were stolen. I didn't tell them about the rape.
Why was that?
I don't trust them to handle it maturely. And I could not, with the way I was feeling at that moment, I could not stand anybody stigmatizing me. So I chose not to tell them.
How has this affected the way you relate with other people?
First of all, it has made me a very unhappy person. I'm not happy at all. I'm not even free in my own house. And prior to this time, I relate with people with a lot of trust, and I just relate very freely with people. But now I feel like everybody I relate with just wants to take something from me, especially the opposite sex. I'm always on my guard, being aggressive when I don't even need to. So it has affected my relationships with the opposite sex. I try not to go anywhere unaccompanied, and I try to also keep myself around a lot of people because it helps me not to think about what happens.
What do you think could happen that would make you a happier person now?
The only thing that would make me happier is if I'm able to forget. So until I'm able to forget what happened, I don't know. I don't think I can be happy again.
We thank this woman for her courage to share with Nigerians what happened to her. As you hear, she just come jejely from work, trying to go home. Many of us fit think say most women are raped when they go club or dress sexy, but that fit not be true. That same survey we mentioned earlier talk say more than half of victims were raped inside their own house or near their house, and another 13% them raped them for school or workplace. Now only one woman's story you hear so, but them say it dey happen for many other places for Nigeria. Haja Saudatu Madi of the Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative, RAPA, one NGO where they deal with this kind of matter, said not be small thing.
It's almost an epidemic, being almost an every minute situation. In 2010, we carried out a rapid assessment of what was happening in the 6 geopolitical zones. And the highest offenses that came off were offenses of rape and sexual violence. Domestic violence also comes up very close to all of them because it's such that 1 in every 3 women you meet in this country has gone through one form of violence or another, or is actually going through it as you speak to her. Before it came to this point, people were willing to justify it with the dress mode or code of women, or the movements of women being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or the exposure of that's dressing. But today, you ask yourself and you ask people who justify rape, what does a 2-year-old girl do to warrant rape? What does it mean that an 80-year-old woman is gang raped by a group of young persons? The mentality here is impunity, because people are willing to justify it. The victims cannot speak. They have to be silent because they are afraid of the stigmatization, and they also find difficulty in standing to prove that they have been offended, because the elements of proof in our laws as we speak of rape are very, very stringent. They move the burden of proof on the victim. So you are victimized twice. So society needs to say no. Society needs to stop justifying sexual offenses under any pretext.
Talk your own.
Talk your own.
Talk your own.
This na Talk Your Own, Make Nigeria Better, and my name na Afi. On today's program, we dey talk about rape. As Haja Saudatu Madi don't talk, she believes say almost 1 in every 3 women for Nigeria be victim of rape or other violence. So, what should women who are raped do to help themselves and also protect their health? I spoke with a nurse, Blessing Esekevie. Blessing is a caregiver to rape victims, and she's also a rape victim herself. From the medical perspective, what should a woman who's raped do?
Medically, get straight to the hospital as soon as possible, even though for a lot of people it can be difficult. Some of them are bruised, they are hurt, but we advise the first thing you should do is come to the hospital. Let's do a lot of investigation and try to help with an immediate contraception. The doctor or the social worker will counsel the person immediately and then also treat likely infections that could be transferred sexually, HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, and then tetanus. Any kind of bruising can cause tetanus. So within the first 24-48 hours, she has to be in the hospital so that she can be treated or prevent all of these things from happening.
Some rape victims may feel guilty or think that they have caused their being raped. How can such persons get help for any emotional or psychological damage?
She should first of all know that she
didn't put herself in a position. She should know that the person who attacked her made her a victim because he has a mental illness or mental trouble that have caused him to put himself in the position to abuse another person. She's not to be blamed, so she's not supposed to feel guilty in any way. So psychologically, the person needs constant education, constant reassurance. We need to remind them it's not their fault, remind them that these things can happen and they have a way of dealing with it, that it can go away, talk about it. Like that, it can gradually fade away.
You have experienced sexual abuse. You've even written a book on speaking out. How can we get more women to speak up when such an act has taken place?
I was molested by an uncle while I was like 3. And then later on again while I was like 15, 16. For the adult that has been raped, first of all, they should look for someone to confide in. A friend, a medical personnel, someone who works in the NGO, someone who can sit them down, tell them the steps to take and help them to overcome it as early as possible so they can move on with their lives.
That was Nurse Blessing Esekevie. She encouraged women who be victim of rape to quickly go hospital go check themselves to avoid pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases and also psychological trauma.
This thing now our own. No. Yusuf, talk your own.
The National Crime Victimization and Safety Survey of 2013 find out say the number of women we talk say they don't rape them or nearly rape them don't increase by 66% from 2011 to 2013. That's why we ask you on our Facebook page, wetin suppose happen to stop rape for our communities, and you self, wetin you fit do. Later in the program, we will hear from a reverend and an imam about this issue. But first, make we hear your comments.
This one from Amax Jimmy says, because the homes of today have failed in their responsibility to feed a child with the appropriate food of character, consequently things seem to be overlooked. The so-called boys that perpetrate rapes are from homes, likewise the females who be so carefree and careless with their dresses. All of this in my own side fall down to the family and seconded by the institution of learning. These valuable pillars of society are falling apart, hence the center just can't hold. Abilogo Ebizimo says, girls should stop dressing provocatively and laws on those who rape others should be enforced. There should be a special tribunal to treat rape cases, and there should also be a special police division to investigate rape cases. And this one from Joy Jimmy Abu says, a much better sanction should be meted out to rapists.
That's now some of our comments from our Facebook page. And just in case you don't know how to talk your own for this program, just send a text message to 0708 282 1279. 0708 282 1279.
Talk your own. Make Niger better.
Believe in superstars, organic food.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiola. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The libido, that is the desire for opposite sex, can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his 2 thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. And don't forget that the special health consultation going on at Herbal Heritage International is still on. So many people have benefited from this because you can enjoy 50% slash in all products coming from Herbal Heritage, and all products are NAFDAC approved. The number to call is 08033111946. Again, 08033111946. I repeat, 08033111946. Thank you all.
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take the support with country healthcare system. Liman, correct specialistic Ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices were near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Don't forget that Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support the country healthcare system. Liman, correct specialistic Ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices were near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb from tree alone in this video?
So, you see, you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've got.
Now who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the garden city of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You will arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do waiting they right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, now offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now maybe the voice of the people.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
With every passing moment, thoughts of you run through my head. Every time that I'm near you, I realize that you're heaven sent.
Come on.
Oh, I think you
special. Just when my dreams are really made up. Let's stay together, you and me, girl. There's no one like you around.
There's nobody like you.
No one like you around, babe. Let's go. 'Cause I really like what you've done to me. I can't really explain it. I'm so into you. I really like what you done to me, babe. I can't really explain. I'm so into you. Might be the way that you hold me. Could be the things that you say. Oh, I'm not too sure what it is, girl, but I know I like feeling this way. No, I think you're truly something special. Just when my dreams are really made up. Let's stay together, you and me, girl. There's no one like you around. 'Cause I really like what you done to me. I can't really explain it. I'm so into you. I really like what you done to me, babe. I can't really explain. I'm so into you. Really like what I feel.
Jack First right here in Today 95.1 FM. It's 8 minutes gone past 9. This is your premium talk news and sports station. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. And it's your favorite Sunday tonic. It's called a pin poll. The family time, okay? It's the family edition on Sundays where we just steer clear from every other conversation regards politics and government and the economy and, you know, what have you, all this present issues you have in the society. And then we get back, you know, to the family, which, of course, is the basic foundation, the basic building block for a healthy society. And we address the issues within the family. We address issues within the society through the angles of relationship, through the angles of commitment towards growth as men and women, as parents and children, as brothers, as siblings. And then we try to push for a better narrative, you know, through the conversations we have. So that's what the show is all about. Opinion Poll, the family time session where we talk about family right here on Today 95.1 FM. Welcome. My name is Dave Roberts, and it's going to be an interesting time again on the show today, of course, as it always is. I would have my guest join me, Daniel Washington. He will join me later on, and would have a continuation, you know, of what we discussed last week. And just in case you missed out on the show last week, I'll give you a heads up. So we started off the show, I think it was like the first edition for the year, and we started talking about the building blocks for a healthy family in the year 2023. Oh, it was such an interesting time. If you did miss out on the show last week, you should look for a way, probably get across to me so I could, you know, give you some insights, you know, from the show last week. It was amazing, you know, literally amazing. And then, you know, the guest, Daniel Washington, had to break down what constitutes a healthy family, or what will constitute a healthy family in the year 2023. And he said something. Before you get on with any plan, before you start saying, I need to invest in so-and-so areas in my relationship, or I need to change here. What you should do first off is have a review, have a review of what happened in the previous year. So looking at a situation where a man and a woman, of course, husband and wife, would get together and say, look, these are the areas, these are the areas where it worked for us last year. These were the areas where it didn't work. These were the areas where I fell short. These were the areas where I wasn't really committed, And then he went on to talk about the different areas where reviews are necessary. Mind-blowing areas. I mean, some of those areas you would look at it and say, well, I think I performed fair enough, so yes, let's just move on. No. I mean, if you don't look back in retrospect to understand your strengths and your weaknesses, you might as well repeat the same mistakes you made in the previous year. Now, this is what we're trying to avoid. The new year, which is 2023, is still fresh, okay? We're just like 22 days into the year, and we have so much in store. The potential for the year is still fresh. You can make amends, you can change, you can draw the new year resolution, which of course, most people don't agree to, but it can be that new year for you. It can be that life-changing year for you if you pay attention, to some of those things we'll be discussing on the show. So he said, review your finances, review your spiritual growth, review your finances, review your societal affiliations, the way you socialize with people, review your hospitality strength, review the time you spend with your family, review the communication you have with your children. Have you been that kind of father who is just intentional about making money, and then you come up with the excuse, I go out and make money, so why should I be there for you? You don't know that in your absence your child is building and brooding and breeding new character traits, and then you don't know because you're making money, obviously. And then you come back one day and discover, the child I gave birth to doesn't know me anymore, doesn't regard me anymore, doesn't factor me in, to his life choices. So it's important we have reviews. I can't overemphasize this. Reviews are important. And I said something before, Daniel joined me last week. I said, for every corporate organization, for every firm, both private and government, you don't start off a new year without making a review of the previous year. Your achievements, things that happened, things that went wrong, things that went right, where you got it correctly, where you failed. You don't start off a new year without going through the process of reviewing the past year. So why do we try to exclude that from the family? We just get into the new year and everyone just goes about doing the same thing again and again and again and again. And you know that saying, it's only a fool that will do the same thing the same old way and expect a difference or expect a different result. So it's important that we pay attention, to those areas of review. We said review your health, okay? Review your sexual life with your partner. If you are married, of course, review your communication strength. Did we talk often? Did we spend time addressing issues? You also said something. Review your conflict resolution structure. How you were able to manage conflicts, the previous year. Were you turning down, the offers of settling problems amicably, and then you would go with the option of violence? And you need to hear what people tell you as as a family or couples, when they get to talk to you, most of them you think, oh, this marriage is beautiful, because you can perceive from your own point of view that, well, things are going well with them. And you get in-depth conversations, you discover these people are actually going through very bad times in their marriage. So, learn and then apply the lessons you've learned from them into yours. And, you know, like I said, we're pushing for a better house, a home rather. We're pushing for a better family. We're pushing for a better society. And we're doing this, you know, to help and make sure that we don't have that repeated cycle again, where you wake up and you're still living the same year you've lived the previous 10 years, the previous 12 years. We want to change, and that's what we're going to be doing on the show today. So you are still going to be part of it. We'll open up the phone lines at some point, so you get to call and ask your questions, you know, contribute as you can, as much as you can. And then, of course, I and Daniel Washington would go into another area. We'll still touch most of the things we should review, or we just give you a recap of the things you should review. And of course, tonight on the show, we want to talk about how you go about the review. And boy, I tell you, I'm looking forward to this conversation today, because, I mean, you tell people, let's talk. You know, I don't know how many of you have experienced this. You tell them, let's just talk, let's have a conversation together. And the next thing is tempers are flying. This is pointing fingers. This one is saying, you are at fault. I mean, I was the one who did all the responsibilities. I did my due diligence. I was committed to this marriage. You know, I was committed to this relationship. You weren't. And all you just wanted from this person was a conversation. You know, let's address this issue. And then this person goes, oh, I always keep doing this. I always keep doing this. So that means there is a way and manner to go about a review. If you are going to get into one, especially if you have a partner who might not see things the way you see them most of the times. You know, I saw this comic video about two men who were kind of having a conversation with themselves, and you know, one asks the question, says, if your wife wakes up and she's acting all cranky, she's not giving you time, she's not giving you attention, and she's acting like you did something bad to her, and you go and ask her what is wrong, and she tells you nothing, what do you do? And the other man said, well, I just assume that nothing is wrong and I go. And then he got a slap on his face. And it was like, why did you slap me? He was asking his friend. And the friend said, take the question again. Hear the question and take the answer again. If your wife acts cranky, if she's angry at you and you ask her, what's the problem? What do you do? And at that point, the slap was made to reboot his system. So he said, okay, I get it now. I tell her, I know something is wrong, and I stay here to hear what you want to tell me. I'm standing here, I'm waiting here, tell me what I did wrong so I can apologize. And, you know, it was funny, but that's the reality of things. You know, most of us, we don't even know where we're getting it wrong. We're with partners who don't even tell us where we get it wrong. Most of us complain about things, and, you know, when you complain about the person, most of the times you forget that you have your own problems. So it's crazy, it's strange how these things play out, especially in relationships, and it's wrong if this happens in marriages. I was just going through the statistic of divorce rates in the world right now. Good thing Nigeria is not there, so I'm happy for once we are not there in the hierarchy of people who are topping for certain issues. We're not there, and also below we're not there, so we're somewhere in the middle Countries like South Africa rank as the highest divorce rates in Africa, the sub-Saharan region. Countries like Guam, countries like Venezuela, countries like Egypt and some other countries, those are the ones are there. The hierarchy of the ones who the divorce levels always come really high, but for Nigeria it's quite low. We're not even there at the ones who don't even have divorce. We're just in the middle, somewhere there. But we don't want to have situations where two people who agreed that they were going to love each other, they were going to stand by each other, they were going to tolerate each other's weaknesses. These were the vows. These were the vows you took before. It's called before God and all those witnesses. All the witnesses were before you. You stood there on the altar and you said, I will tolerate. When you say I do to something, I mean, you just totally sold your consent to that idea. I do. I would stand with her through thick and thin, good health, bad health, ups, downs, through sickness, through health, richness, wealth, poverty, everything. You're going to be there. And then one morning you wake up and you say, look, I am done. I can't tolerate this man anymore. I can't take this from this woman anymore. She's just my worst nightmare. How did it go from being that sweet experience to being what you can't take anymore? What is the death of you? How did it go from being that memory you would cherish with that special person to that memory you will dread for the rest of your life? So we're gradually allowing ourselves cave in to the idea that divorce can be the last resort, which I don't personally subscribe to. Someone asked me the question the other day. He said, when push comes to shove, would you go for that option? I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. Because at this point in time, I mean, it's so difficult to say yes or no. Different factors contribute to the choices we make as regards if divorce is an option or not. But at the same time, I mean, think of the children. Think of the time you've spent together with the person. You've built a life with this person. And then one morning, you just want to throw those things away and start off again with someone new. Do you know how difficult it will be? I mean, have you been in a relationship with someone and you felt like that person was it? The person was going to be the last bus stop, according to how we say it in this country. You felt like that person was going to be the last bus stop. You felt like that person was your final destination, and you spent time. I heard of a particular story, although this was logically explained, and I think for everyone who's getting into a relationship, a marriage relationship, especially in the year 2023, you should, as a matter of priority, have your blood types or blood groups sorted out before you get into the relationship. Don't tell me, oh, I love him, I'm loving him, I'm loving her, and then when it's time for you to seal the knot or tie the knot, you get to the hospital and you discover that he's AS and she's AS, and then it's almost like your dreams are shattered, and then you start praying, God, can you do something? No. Let's be wise this year. Wisdom is, before you start loving this person, you should ask questions. What's your blood group? So, this particular story, the young man and young woman were together for about, I think, 8 years. And, it didn't, I would blame them, because I think they were mature people to know that questions like the blood group should be asked, So they spent their time together for 8 years, and In the process and the plans of trying to get married, it was discovered that both of them had AS blood types. And that was how the marriage plan dissolved. And it took this lady about another 8 to 10 years to find someone again. Right? So it's important that you do things with intentionality this year so you don't waste your time. It's really, really important we make certain choices so we don't just waste our times. If you know this person, I went over an article the other day and he was highlighting things to ask, certain questions to ask before you plan marriage with a person. Right now, everyone is so... The way we pay attention to wedding details, if we pay attention to marriage details like that, would have beautiful homes. You know, everyone wants to have a perfect wedding, perfect pictures to pepper the other people, which of course it will pepper you if you get it wrong. All right, so this man was highlighting some things, questions to ask, like, what is your financial history? What is your intelligence level financially? Questions like, what are your preferences for sex? Very important questions. Questions are like, what are your religious inclinations? Questions like, what are your strengths and your weaknesses? Now, you would think this questions are cliche until you get into a situation where the questions you fail to ask become a problem to you. They become a problem. And then you're now running helter-skelter looking for someone who would give an answer to a relationship they are not part of. So you start going to a third party and say, oh, I need help. I need you to put me through. My relationship is suffering and stuff like that. But you didn't ask questions. You didn't ask questions. So in this time and age, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to think that relationships would just keep progressing and to get to that stage where everything would be blissful. You have a wedding, you have a perfect home, and then you go on social media to intimidate people. All those things are just fake lives. According to our governor, they're just fake. All right, so on the show today, we'll talk about how to address a review conversation. You want to review your year, the previous year, remember we're still talking about building blocks for a healthy home in the year 2023. So you want to talk about the reviews. It's one of them, one after the other. Let's review our finances. Let's review our spiritual life. Let's review our health. Let's review our social commitments. Let's review our partnerships with each other. Let's review our bond, our communication strength. And then how to go about this review is something that you should pay attention to. Like I said, you don't want tempers flying. You don't want people who were meant to address an issue start off another problem again. You know, it's going to be a bad cycle for you if you end up, doing the same thing over and over and over again. You want to have a conversation with someone, and then the next thing is you're angry and you're saying things, you're calling names. Oh, that is how you did it the last time. That is how you said this the last time. This is how you acted the other day. This is what you said the other day. Hey, we are just here to have a conversation and deal with the issues, and I've gotten to understand recently that it's not how long the relationship has been. Nah, it doesn't count. It's how well the relationship has been. So we've ended up having, I was telling someone the other day, we've ended up having marriages where people just cohabit, try as much as possible to tolerate each other, and seemingly act like everything is fine so they don't get chastised by the society. You don't want to hear, after 30 years, this highly placed moral man and this highly placed moral woman called it quit. They went their separate ways. Because why? They are big people in the society. Everyone looks up to them. In their church, their deacons or deaconesses, pastors, and they are like the paradigm for a healthy relationship. No, it's wrong. Those people go through things and they can't get out because they've just developed a coping mechanism to tolerate each other even if the marriage isn't working. So back to my question again, divorce. Well, for me, I would say if there are issues pertaining to life, if that marriage is threatening your life, well, you can think it through, ask questions. But when it's based on factors like, oh, I can't take this anymore, I can't tolerate, we can find the reason why we fell in love with this person in the first place. You know, you can go back to that time where you would not think of any other thing else but this particular person. I'm about newness in marriages this year. I want a situation where the children we will groom in our society wouldn't come from broken homes. In as much as, you know, we're going through a lot, everyone is going through a lot. The father is out struggling, trying to make ends meet. The mother is soaking in the pressure from every corner. The father, from the husband, from the children, from the in-laws, from the society. She's just soaking it in. You know, the children are under pressure to stay at a certain level. They don't want their peers to laugh at them. So, you know, everyone is under pressure. Just what I'm trying to say. Everyone is under pressure. But in as much as we're going through this together, can we keep the home? Can we have marriages that will stand? Can we have homes that would stand? That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. I'll go on a short break. When I return, I'll share with you the steps, the step-by-step approach to having a review with your partner. What are the questions you should ask? What are the questions you should not ask? What are the things you should say? How do you say what you want to say? How do you avoid saying things? Trust me, you will be tempted. You will be. Especially if you have a stubborn, obstinate partner. You know, this one doesn't want to agree that we spend too much on irrelevant things. The person saying, no, all those things are important. How do you go about explaining to them that these things are really worth listening to? All right, so I'll go on a short break, and then when I return, we'll head straight to the main part of the conversation today, and then, of course, I'll open up the phone line so you can be part of it. All right, stay tuned. It's still Today 95.1 FM. My name is Dave Roberts. It's the family segment on Opinion Poll tonight. Family Special, that's the theme, that's the name of the show, but it's Opinion Poll. All right, it's just interwoven, but this time is specially dedicated to the family. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we
are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are.
Yes, let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian rap is philosophizing.
You spot the difference now?
You're about to listen to Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a petroleum engineer? Do you think I used to climb from tree alone in this village?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM, and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM.
Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Back when I was a child,
All right, welcome back. It's still Today 95.1 FM. Luther Vandross dance with My Father Again. Now, one of the things I forgot to mention, yes, which is very important when we talked about review, was the review you have with your children. Sit back and ask yourself, how great have I been as a father, as a mother? What is the feedback my children have concerning me? Sometimes sit with them and ask them, what have I done well this year? What have I done wrong this year? All right, like I said, we'll talk about how to go about this review, because I know a lot of us are itching. Dave, just spill the tea. How do I go about a perfect review so it doesn't turn into a chaotic situation? All right, so the first thing you want to do, like I said, to have a review with your spouse or your partner this year is, this is really important. I think you should, write this down if you can. Pick your category, okay? Pick the category that you want to review your partner on. So it goes vice versa. The partner picks a category and says, look, I would write down these things and you write down these things. We're not just shooting randomly. This is the area. All right, I'll write it down. You write it down. Now, the first two official steps are to pick and choose. First, you pick the categories that you're going to review each other on. Some popular categories, like I mentioned, intimacy, housekeeping, interaction, but pick and agree what is important to you in your relationship. Now, when you're first starting out with this process, pick fewer categories. As discussing how each of you is performing in one is going to take some time. So don't go about picking too much. You can start off with, okay, this week, let's pick 3. Let's review how we have performed in this area, and this area. Now, another thing you want to do is choose a skill. Now, the choose part is choosing the rating system you will use to rate each other or score each other. So you don't want to just say, oh, I'm getting into a review. I want to review this area, and then you can't grade yourself. So it's important you pick a skill from 1 to 10, presumably where you say, in this particular area, I know for sure that we had a 6. I know for sure that we had a 7. I know for sure that probably we had a 2. And don't be ashamed about it. Don't be scared, to rate yourself based on what you saw, what you experienced. Another thing you shouldn't do is lie to each other. It's not even possible, because these are two people who sit together and decide to tell themselves the truth. We spent money irrelevantly. These areas we spent money for no reason, for no just cause. These are the things we spent money on that weren't necessary. Alright, so pick a skill that you can rate yourself with. Another thing that is quite important, which of course cannot be excluded, is write the review. Okay? Write the review. And I say this is really important because you would use this as a reference. The next year, you'd go back and say, oh, this was the reference I had in 2022 concerning 2021. So you now have a progressive arrangement of what has been done, what needs to be done, in building that perfect relationship. So write down the review. It's more or less saying, after you're done with the review, you see the ratings, you write it down and say, look, we're keeping this safe as a statistic. We're looking at this in retrospect 1 year from now and knowing that, at the beginning of the year 2023, we performed poorly in 2022 in this area, but we looked at the review, and in 2024, you're looking at the year 2023 and you know, okay, this is how we improved. It's not like you're saying in 2024, you don't know how the year 2023 was. All right, so write down the review. Another thing you should do is read it to each other as much as possible. Now, this is what we call reaffirmations, or, just padding up the conversation every other day. Look, my wife, we performed poorly in finances. How can we build on this? You don't want to have a review and then throw it into the box and forget about it. You want to talk about this reoccurrently with each other. How can we make our kids love us better? How can we spend time together? How can we make sure that we have the plans and goals for the year achieved? You need to talk it with each other as frequent as possible. Have this conversation with yourselves. You don't want to review the past year and then dump it. Go back, bring it up, talk about it with each other as much as you can. If it means you going back to visit it once every week, or having a specific time delegated to just going back to review what you have done, the review, go back talk about it. If we can get this well, if we can get this right, I mean, we'd have a situation where, as much as we can't, have problems and challenges totally out of the relationship, but we will be able to mitigate it down to the barest minimum. Please save your relationship, save your children, save your home. These are things you can do. So you don't wake up one morning and you're asking yourself and saying to yourself, I wish I had done this. I wish I had the time to sit with my spouse and we enumerated our mistakes for the previous year. And we looked forward with hope and with prayers and with love that would make this better. All right? So have time to talk about your review with your spouse. If possible, you can. Put it on the wall so everyone goes there to see when, they have access to it. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is what happened. This is what we need to do. And then when you are done with this, something that I learned, I think 2 weeks ago, and I think I have been practicing this, but I would make it more deliberate, is putting dates to plans. A plan without a date is just a mere fantasy. Putting dates to plans. For example, if the review was on the finances and you told your spouse, look, we performed poorly in the year 2022 and let's move to the year 2023 and build our finance in this marriage. And she says, okay. Well, he says, okay. What you want to do is put a date to the plan. By so and so and so time in 2023, this is what we would collectively save together. Now, I saw a video by Steve Harvey. As an American media mogul, he was saying something. He said every couple should have 4 different accounts. Every couple should have 4 different accounts. Now, this is his opinion and his thoughts. The first should be a collective saving account. A collective saving account where both parties are signatory to this account, and then they put a designated amount of money every month to the account. So you're saving together. Another account the couple should have is a utility account where every month money is deposited into the account for the running of the day-to-day activities of the family. All right? So every other time that there is a need for something, you go to the utility account as a couple. Both parties are meant to be signatory to this account. All right? So the need for food, we need to withdraw money to make this payment as from that utility account. Another account he said the couple should have is, and I'll just make this, I'll make this easy for people to understand, is an individual account, of course, which they should have. The man has his own, the woman has hers, and no one is encroaching on any other person's financial strength to make sure that the family is running, even if there is a popular saying, and I gradually people are getting to understand, that saying, her money is her money and his money is our money. That saying comes with a form of selfishness. You can't say you have an account, you have money to take care of certain needs, and you would wait for your husband because he's the alpha and omega of the family. No, that's a wrong mentality and perception. All right. So what you want to do is have a joint account where you save, have a joint account where, you pay the bills for utility, and then have your individual accounts. And I would add one more to that, which would be have an emergency account. Have an emergency account as a family together. So every month, if it's 2,000 naira, if it's 1,000 naira, if it's 10,000 naira, you know your financial strength. You're putting it into that emergency account. So you can save, you can run your utility bills, you can pay your bills rather, you can invest, you can do whatever you want to do, and then you also have something to fall back to if there is an emergency. If there is an emergency, you wake up one morning and there is a fire incident, God forbid, or a child falls sick, or something happens, you can fall back to that. You can fall back to that emergency account and handle the issues. Okay, so I guess we're able to understand how to go over reviews, so we don't end up going round in circles again. And this would work for a man or a woman who is intentional about this. This would work. I'll go over them again. First, you want to do is pick the categories, like I said, that you want to review. You don't just want to highlight everything. We're doing reviewing family, we're reviewing relationship, we're reviewing intimacy, we're reviewing children. No. Pick the category. Sit with it. Make sure that you exhaust all the possible conversations you can have in that category. No matter how long it will take you to have a review, you're not rushing anywhere. It's not like when you're done with one day, you're done with the problems in your family. Sit with that category, have a conversation, an extensive conversation as to what went wrong, as to what went right, and how you can make it better. And then skill yourself. Learn to skill yourself. Be truthful when you're scaling yourself. We performed fair here. We performed poorly here. We performed very bad. We performed great here. We performed good. We performed excellently here. Scale yourself 1 to 10. If it has to be percentage mode, you can go with that. If it has to be with a scaling of 1 to 10, you can definitely do that for yourself. Another thing you want to do is write the review down. Write it down. Make sure that you were able to go back to it 2 months from that and look and say, okay, look, this was the review we had. This is what we wrote down. This was the skill. This was the conclusion of the review we had together. Another thing you want to do is talk about it. Reinforce it to yourself. Okay? We're going to be better. This is where we made errors. These are the flaws. These are the mistakes. And then put a date. Like I said, the final one, put a date to it. If there is going to be a change, that change should come with a date. Is it starting today? Is it starting tomorrow? Are we going to have conversations with the kids on specific days in a week? Are we going to have social hangouts on specific days in a week? Are we going to meet with our in-laws and talk about things once every 2-3 months? Put dates to your decisions. Decisions without dates, like I said, they're just mere fantasies. All right? And when you do that, make sure you do it with love. Make sure you do it with humility. Make sure you do it with all sense of sincerity. You're not doing it to downplay the other person. You're not making the other person look like you've not done too much. I'm just doing this because I want you to know that I want to put in the work for this relationship. No, it's yours and yours alone. But before we go, Mr. Dan just stepped into the building, and definitely he will want to say a thing or two about this.
I was not even expecting this.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening. It's another busy January, So
yeah.
So it seems you've been really, really dishing out a lot for the people, and
I try.
You're not trying. At least I was listening a little. You are saying so much. You are saying so much. The truth of the matter is, like we said last week, you can't really play down on reviews. You can't play down on reviews. And as much as you can, do everything you can to be detailed enough and stay through. Like Dave has said, beyond just staying through, put deadlines. Very important. If you say you're going to go on a function for the month, you say you're going to go swimming, like myself who have phobia for water, and my wife loves swimming.
Wow.
All right. So sometimes she'll just tell me, baby, can't we go swimming? I say, we can go. Yeah, we can go. This kind of procrastination. But stuff like that. And another thing about this, Dave, you must always keep an open mind. You see, open mind. Understand that with your spouse, I think Bible said naked and not ashamed. You must just keep that open mind where, I don't know how to explain it, but for me, I think this particular counsel goes to me very, very well. Because I've been this private guy, all right? I've been this private guy who loves to do his thing, who loves his space so much. So getting into marriage is breaking me a lot to bring someone into my space and getting to share my space with folks. You understand? And so it's one thing to get married, it's another thing to be willing to go overboard. You don't like swimming, but for her you have to swim because somehow inside of her she has to believe that getting married to you did not kill an aspect of her life.
Okay.
Do you understand? So I think that is one aspect that we must pay close attention to. Keep an open mind. Sometime last year we talked about two kinds of mindset. We talked about a fixed mindset. We talked about an ever-changing mindset. You must maintain an ever-changing mindset. She might come up with good ideas. Can we go? Like there's one she always makes mention of, couples dinner. So invite some of young couples like us to the house, 2 or 3, and then we'll just plan a dinner. We'll go on a dinner date, or we get a service apartment and just spend time as young couples, get to talk about what are your challenges. Maybe the women will have their segment, the males will have their segments, and just have that unwinding time. I think it will have a lot to relieve the couples, and I think it's part of the plan. If you factor all of this into the plan, the video said, love is sweet, but when money day,
it becomes sweeter.
So in all of these things, don't forget, you would not quickly and easily execute your goals if you don't have a financial plan. Because at the end of the day, man, you need to money
makes it better.
It makes it better. You run marriage with money, whilst you run with love and God. You pay bills. I was telling someone that after loving her, telling her everything you want to do, pursue your dreams, you will pay bills. Every blessed day you will pay bills. You food bills, you have expenditure. So it's of utmost importance that you pay close attention to your financial life this year. And I must say it is very strong, Dave. This year is a good year. Yeah, it's a very strong prospectively year. It's a very, very strong, sensitive year. I'm not sounding like a prophet, you know. I'm just, maybe not say forecasting, but I'm just being optimistic. It's a good year. It's a very good year. Not just electioneering year. For Nigeria, it's a year that would usher in a new political era. And you know, new political era will emancipate different kind of policies and policymakers in the green and the red chambers respectively. National Assembly, House of Assembly. So all of these policy making and policymakers would impact on even your relationship.
Of course.
That's what we don't even understand.
Yeah.
You know, most of all of these policies have a way of impacting. We saw over the news that the coming in of Ronaldo into Saudi Arabia altered the culture where himself and his wife can cohabit because they're not married. All right. So you see, the coming in of a person, if it can change a policy,
it can change a nation.
It can change a nation. So just keep an open mind and understand that Heraclitus say change instead of constant flux. Keep an open mind for change and keep revolving and reviewing your plan. After March, review the plan. Feel free. After May, review the plan. But by all means possible, do everything to make sure your marriage, your relationship is not boring.
Okay. All right. So because of time, we have to go now. But thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been an interesting time on the show today. And we'll definitely do this again next week from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. right here on Today 95.1 FM. You can follow us on socials, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter. It's Today FM 951. And for my personal handle, it's David Melford Roberts. For Mr. Daniel Washington, you can check him out on Facebook. Daniel Washington is there for you to have a conversation with. Have a wonderful evening. Stay tuned. At the top of the hour, the world news comes up next.
This This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news and sports station. I am Dave Roberts. In the headlines, President Muhammadu Buhari to lead APC presidential campaign team in Bauchi State tomorrow. PDP calls for sack of Festus Keyamo as spokesperson for APC presidential campaign council over alleged abuse of office. Governor Nyesom Wike dares PDP National Chairman Iyorchia Ayu to suspend G5 governors. And on the foreign scene, Turkey denounces Sweden over protest at its embassy in Stockholm. Now the details. Let's begin the news report tonight with a story that President Muhammadu Buhari is set to lead the campaign for Bola Tinubu and his royal mate Kashim Shettima in Bauchi State tomorrow. In a statement signed by the Director of Media and Publicity of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, President Buhari is expected to lead the presidential and governorship campaign of the APC, billed to start at 8:30 a.m. According to the statement, the rally will take place early than other rallies, as President Buhari is also expected in Lagos to commission the Lekki Deal Seaport, a public-private partnership venture involving the federal government and Lagos state government and a private company, Tolaram, later tomorrow. President Buhari will also commission the 32 metric tons per hour Lagos rice mill, one of the largest in the world, and the 18.75 kilometer 6-lane rigid pavement Eleko Junction to Ekpe Expressway. Is also expected to commission the first phase of the iconic Blue Line on Tuesday, as well as the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project has filed a suit against President Muhammadu Buhari for failing to reverse what it described as the unlawful, unjust and unreasonable increase in electricity tariff, and to probe the spending of public funds as investments and bailouts to discuss and GenCast since 2005. Joined in the suit as respondents are the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission and the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. This followed the reported approval by the NERC, where electricity tariffs were increased across discoms in the country in December 2022. As a result, several prepaid customers have reportedly confirmed the increase, while the Minister of Power and NERC have refused to confirm or deny the increase. The suit is filed on behalf of SEREP by its lawyers Kolawole Oluwadare and Adekunle Alarimo. Moving on, Professor Zainab Duke Abiola, widow of late MKO Abiola, has dragged the Nigerian police force, the Inspector General of Police Alkali Baba, and the Inspector Teju Moses to court for alleged defamation. Professor Abiola, through her counsel, Tawo, claimed that she was framed on September 20th, 2022, when she was arrested for illegally assaulting Moses, a former orderly, for refusing to carry out menial and domestic chores at her house. She was charged to court for attempt to commit culpable homicide, and the Worcester Zone 6 Chief Magistrate Court released her on bail on October 5th, 2022. Abiola in the suit claimed that her personality and image had been irredeemably battered by the defamation and assassination of her character, which had diminished her status in society. The alleged defamation, she claimed, caused her damage, trauma, and ill health, and also reduced her standing and recognition in the global society. Professor Abiola therefore asked the court to order the defendants to pay her the sum of 100 billion naira as damages. She also asked the court for an order directing the defendants to issue a press statement retracting the assertions they made earlier, and also to tender an unreserved public apology in all print and electronic media. The case has not been assigned to a judge. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party has called for the sack of the spokesperson for the Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressives Congress, Festus Keyamo, for allegedly abusing the office. The PDP made the call through the spokesperson for Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Council, Daniel Bwala, at the party's press conference in Abuja. The PDP accused Keyamo of using the official privilege and powers of his government, office, to intimidate the agencies of government, including going to court and filing the case against the agents of some branch of the government to which he belongs. The PDP was reacting to Keyamo's call for the probe of Atiku's Presidential Campaign Council over alleged corrupt cases. It was to be recalled that Keyamo had last week petitioned the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offence Commission, and all the anti-graft agencies to probe the PDP standard bearer, Atiku Abubakar, over alleged corrupt cases. The PDP PCC said Keyamo was using taxpayers' money for self-interest. The PDP also called for the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control to probe the APC presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu, over alleged drug-related offences. Still on PDP issues, the acting chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Ekiti State, Lanre Omoshole, has dismissed the dissolution of the Ekiti State Executive Committee of the party by the Iyocha Ayu-led National Working Committee, describing it as an exercise in futility. He insists that he remains the PDP chairman in Ekiti State until the Court of Competent Jurisdiction rules otherwise, said the party NWC lacked such powers to remove duly elected SEC members. In a statement, the Ekiti PDP boss also condemned the suspension of the NWC of the National Assembly candidates in the state, saying the candidates were not invited to defend themselves as dedicated by the principle of fair hearing. The statement in reaction to the announced dissolution of the Ekiti ESCO and suspension of 7 out of the 9 PDP National Assembly candidates by the NWC for alleged anti-party activities. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has advised Nigerian youths not to be deceived again by political parties that have kept them in endemic poverty. Obi said this while speaking at the Kano Pillars Stadium in Kano during the party's presidential campaign rally today. The former Anambra State governor promised to return Kano, a bubbling commercial city, to its old glory. According to him, Kano was the reference point in the early days as a trader, but he lamented that the industries, garment factories and trading hubs like Sabongari are no longer the same. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 10 minutes gone past the hour of 10. Moving on, River State Governor Nyesom Wike has dared the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Iyorchia Ayu, to suspend the G5 governors and see if the party will be able to withstand the storm that will follow. Speaking of the campaign flag-off rally by the State PDP Council in Bori, Kano local government area of the state, Governor Wike boasted that the G5 governors are above the threat of suspension. Reacting to the dissolution of the Ekiti State Executive Committee of the Iyorchia Ayu National Working Committee, Governor Wike described it as an act of tyranny that will be challenged in court. He warned that the resort to repression by the PDP National Working Committee would not do the party any good in the forthcoming general elections. Governor Wike said the reason why the dissolution of the Ekiti State Working Committee will be challenged in court was that there were still members of the PDP who believed that the rule of law and that the party should respect its constitution. He stressed that the Iyorchia Ayu-led NWC resort to tyranny would do more damage to the PDP as far as the general election is concerned. The All Progressives Congress in River State has expressed concern over the inability of the police to make any arrest more than 72 hours after the APC campaign team was attacked at the Port Harcourt City local government area. The spokesperson of APC, Darlington Maju, has demanded that the police command should prove its neutrality in the case by arresting all those linked to the attack on the party members on the 19th of January 2023. Maju also demanded that the police should apologize to victims of the attack, not as APC members, but as human rights activists and human beings who deserve to be protected. He also drew the attention of the Inspector General of Police to plots he said that the APC uncovered by some individuals from the ruling party in the state to attack party members, including the candidates. In reaction to the attack on APC members, a chieftain of the party from Ichin local government area of River State, Chinwe Austin, described the action as unfortunate and called on the state government to condemn the attacks.
What happened at Ibuiche is condemnable, and I don't know the reason why up till now the state governments haven't said anything in that regard. We are all Rivers people, and as such, we are also allowed to do our thing as long as it is something that is good. I also want to join my voice to the voice of well-meaning Rivers people and Iche who condemn what happened at Igbo and the ones that have happened in other side, and ask that the security agencies should buckle up to enable these things not to be repeating themselves. It is shameful. The international communities, how would they see us? How would they look at us? What would they think Rivers State has turned to? I want to tell the general public, more especially the indigenes of Iche and the non-indigenes, to stay put and be focused and ensure that they are not being intimidated.
Meanwhile, the governorship candidate of the Accord in River State, Dumo Lolo Briggs, has been speaking on how he and his campaign team escaped death from suspected hired thugs in Iboiche, in Iche local government area of River State. Lolo Briggs, who spoke to newsmen immediately after the attack, said he and his party team got a report that the Accord Party Secretariat at Iboiche was attacked by a PDP gang, and they were on their way to the place when gunmen opened fire on them. The Accord governorship candidate said the hoodlums shot at them, while also pelting stones and bottles at his team, leaving his bulletproof vehicle damaged. Lolo Briggs, who further expressed sadness over the turn of events in River State, described the state as a jungle and lawless.
We got a very damning report that party secretary was attacked by organized PDP gang, and so we had to go around, to go to see what was going on at our secretariat. On our way there, the same boys, opened fire. They attacked us, destroyed our vehicles. They shot at my car, threw pebbles. My whole glass is shattered. The whole convoy shot at people. It was terrible,
When contacted, the River State Police Commander, the Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringekoko, said the command is aware of the incident and promised to make public details of the incident soon. It will interest you to know that Chief Dumo Lolo Briggs' campaign team was recently stopped from entering into a market in Bonny by some politicians from the council authority. Meanwhile, the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Senator Magnus Abe, has assured Rivers people that his administration would not give an excuse of failure if elected as governor. Senator Abe gave the assurance during the SDP campaign at Ugujua, Ama community in Okrika local government area of the state, where he advised the people of Ugujua to vote for him with ideas that will bring about development in the state. The SDP governorship candidate promised to review the anti-cultism law and tackle the issue of insecurity in the state.
All of us know say plenty cults, fraternities, different kind groups there for Nigeria. When they arrest all of them, they don't arrest anybody for Ogoni before. And I know say Ogoni na secret cause. So the same way where they allow other fraternities and cults and all that to operate, we will arrest you. Instead we will call all of them, we see their face, we see our face. We register their group, register them, say no here on a B. Agree with everybody. Say from today nobody behave like this. Anybody will do those ones where all of us don't agree, say no go happen for Rivers State. All of us, both the called group, non-called group, all of us will join hands. Pursue that.
Abe said any government that will run on the basis of truth must be willing to deliberate on how to make money.
We go come together. Now all of us don't agree, say we all want money. You know, say before, people will tell and say, some people will say they don't like money. Some people will say, no be money they want. No, then they the government, they know they take money. And I don't say all those things are lie. Every human being need money and every human being want money. Why the government know they talk about money if not true government? If we want to run a government that is based on truth, we must discuss money because that is the problem of people. How are they going to get money? If we say we want to get schools, make the schools work. My brother, not be money will take with window.
Earlier, some of the members of the Council of Elders in the community who promised to support Senator Abe in the forthcoming election urged him to remember them when he gets to the brick house.
Today, we are not voting party again, the candidate. What can you do? What can you deliver? This is our community. You have come, you have seen the whole thing. You are praying. When you get there, you're out.
When I told some person that, give me my wish, let all other candidates step down. Let give it to Ogoni. If from the Ogoni, they say, Magnus, I don't have this. So I'm wishing you the more you wish yourself. One comment I want to make for me is, your government will not be a government of excuse.
Today, FM's Ochendu Jowo reports that the SDP leader in the community, Ibiwari Abe, earlier in his welcome address also assured Senator Abe that his presence in the community will make the party prosperous. The governorship candidate of Action Democratic Party, Victor Fengasi, has assured the people of Okrika of inclusive governance and total poverty eradication if voted into office as governor of River State. Fengasi, who gave the assurance during a sensitization visit to Ukuluma, the Kirike communities in Okrika local government area, said his administration, through massive investment on education and agriculture, will transform Okrika into an industrial city. Today, FM's Olawale Sanusi reports that the ADP governorship candidate, who is also an Okrika indigene, revealed that one of the 3-point agenda is to educate farmers on how to do their business digitally and also maximize profits.
ADP at the party where they plan to change life for these youths, to change life for their models, to change our communities in a way where all of us know before. We must take knowledge for the people hand. The people now get everything. We need the responsible government. We go look after the people first. When everybody don't get one skill, everybody will take that skill, they do something for himself. We will invest well for agriculture. We must do everything to produce enough food. Okrikaman, predominant fisherman, we don't already they talk to some companies for Holland. We will bring vessels come. We will put cold room for people water side. We will employ our people put for the vessels. All these things, they not go pay 1 naira. Now government responsibility. Everything we want to do, we want to create employment so that our youth and our strong elders, who never retire, we still strong, we get jobs to do.
On his part, convener of Precious Friends Group, Henrietta Danieri, while receiving the ADP governorship candidate and his entourage into Kirike community, expressed support for Fengasi, just as he urged the governorship candidate to always carry them along in the party dealings. Danieri further urged the ADP governorship candidate not to deviate from his campaign promises of empowerment and education for women.
His visit is actually a motivating one. When you look at a new person speak on something, you don't need to be told. When you follow that genuine ways, you find out that you too will learn how to be genuine. Said something about skills. He said something about agriculture. Those are the words that motivated me. When you have the knowledge of agriculture and you make use of it, you will see yourself, explore. He said something about education. He said being educated is not only when you go to school and acquire knowledge. No, there's some things you do, you'll be exposed. So when you have the exposure in you, it will bring you up. So if actually he can carry the women along in that aspect, then the women will come out. And now, as it stands now, I'm still giving him the assurance that we are ready for him.
The people of Akabo community in MOR local government area of River State have called for help over continuous invasion by some men on military uniform. Some men on military uniform accompanied by security personnel attached to SIAT, popularly called Rison Palm, reportedly stormed Akabo community, shooting sporadically. A member of Akabo Community Development Committee, Jaja Dinkpa, who confirmed the incident to Today FM, said some indigents of the community were also arrested and properties destroyed by the military personnel during the operation. Dinkpa, after recounting how a youth was shot last year by personnel, expressed concern that members of the community have always been victims of harassment and attack by agents of the company.
Yesterday, 21st of January 2021, around 5:30 p.m., we saw a group of military men from senior south of SIAT, Nigeria Limited. They accompanied one of the host communities to the company. They came into my community, were harassing the youth, going from mill to mill to harass people, throwing their mills, throwing their bounties without any petition. They alleged that some of our youth came into their farm to steal the bounties. But as I said to you, we have a boundary with them, and they also dug some trenches that are very deep, avoiding my people from coming into their farm. Some of them are farmers. They have been arresting them. One of them were shot. The leg being amputated. They shoot and kill without any question.
Dinkpa further claimed that the company does not comply with its social corporate responsibility, called on relevant authorities to urgently intervene.
They do anything to my community. No employment of any sort. Senior position is occupied by Hausa, Yoruba, Igbos. None of my persons were qualified individuals that can mind some positions in that company. But they have refused employing us. What they give to my people are just manner jobs. According to the authorities, government authorities, according to the police, the military men, so are.
And on the foreign scene, Turkey has denounced Sweden after protests in front of its embassy in Stockholm, including the burning of a Quran by far-right supporters and separate demonstration by Kurdish activists. Ankara said it was cancelling a visit by Sweden's defense minister aimed at overcoming Turkey's objections to its NATO membership. Sweden needs Turkey's backing to gain entry to the military alliance as fears in Europe grow after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Quran burning was carried out by Ramsund Paludan, leader of Danish far-right political party Headline. In April last year, Paludan's announcement of a Quran burning tour during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan sparked riots across Sweden. Surrounded by police, Paludan set fire to the holy book with a lighter, following a long diatribe of almost an hour in which he attacked Islam and immigration to Sweden. The Turkish Foreign Ministry responded admittedly in a statement condemning in the strongest possible terms what it described as the vile attack on its holy books. And now to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. President Muhammadu Buhari is set to lead the APC presidential campaign team in Bauchi State. The PDP has called for the sack of Festus Keyamo as the spokesperson for the APC Presidential Campaign Council over alleged abuse of office. I also told you that Governor Nyesom Wike has steered the PDP National Chairman Iyorchia Ayu to suspend the G5 governors from the party. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that Turkey has denounced Sweden over protests at its embassy in Stockholm. And that was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850, or you can send your emails at todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories at www.todayfmlive.com. I am Dave Roberts. Good evening, and thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday. I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too. Make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don't hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
for the world to see. So quit acting like the blue ain't right. Quit fronting like the whips ain't right. Drinks in the gizzard, don't give a fizzer. Come on.